Welcome to the first virtual Bursa Marketplace Fair. We are glad to have you here. Please watch this short walkthrough video on how to navigate the virtual platform. You are now in the virtual event lobby, where you can navigate to any part of the event. Here, we have our virtual exhibition hall with a lineup of all our exhibitors. This is our agenda for the day. Be sure to attend the sessions you're interested in. Our conference hall pages where you can navigate across pages or ask questions. Our speaker page with the lineup of all our distinguished speakers. Our event survey page. Be sure to fill this up during or after the event. And here is our giveaway room, where you will be able to win amazing prizes through the giveaway and tournament. For the giveaway, just complete 2 mandatory tasks and a combination of 2 of the additional tasks to stand a chance to win. For the tournament, participate in all the 7 quizzes and stand a chance of winning 500 ringgit, 300 ringgit, or 200 ringgit. Let's return back to the exhibitors. Here, you can chat, video call, or meet up with our exhibitors. Below, you will find all the relevant information from about to contact details and their wide range of resources. To participate in the chat, please click on the chat button. This will send a request to the exhibitors to accept your chat. Once the chat has been accepted, it will appear in your direct messages where you can chat, have a one-on-one video call, and get the representative's details. In your briefcase, you will find all your bookmarked resources and the contact details that you have saved. Be sure to always look at our announcements for the latest happenings. We hope you have a wonderful event.
morning, everyone. We're about to hear from Mr. Lau Kian Chong, Group CEO and Executive Director of Inari Emerson Berhad. With this session, you can get to know all about one of the largest semiconductor companies in Malaysia. Take it away, Mr. Lau.
Thank you very much, MC. A very good morning to every one of you. I guess that today is Saturday morning. Thank you very much for spending your time with us. Also, I would like to thank Busa for the very honor to participate in your events. Okay, let me move on my slide. I wish that you can see my slide now. First of all, I would like to bring you through the backgrounds of the company, and then followed by the subsidiary capabilities, and more importantly, to show you that's what is the current business and also the growth readiness. I guess that you were also very interested to see how is the performance of the company. So I would like to also take the chance to share the past 64 quarters, how we behave in the business, and also how we can continue to quantum jump our current scenario. Last but not least, it's very important for us to cover the ESG practices as well. Okay. Jam. Okay, I'm turning to the next page. I hope that you can see. MC, don't mind if you have any things jammed there, please trigger me.
Will do.
Okay, good. So we established the company in year 2006, typically focused on the RF wireless devices. This is a very important component, especially now, everyone, I expect you buy the 5G phone. This is one of the very important component. If you don't have that component in the phone, that means you need to carry the wire with the phone. So I don't think there's any one of us want to carry the wire together with the phone. So this RF is now become quite important because you see later on you will see our last few quarters, we actually almost double, okay, in terms of the RF contribution. So very quickly, I would like to probably share with you after the listing, year 2011. This is the year I joined Inari, and then with the very good platform provided by the founders, I would like to thank the founders and also the board of directors provide me a good opportunity to lead the company. So in year 2013, we have a chance to acquire these Amatron groups. They have two factories in Philippines and one factory in Punsan. So of course, that's buying them to expand our portfolio into the fiber optical engine for industrial and automotive sensors, and as well as some of the smart wearable sensors. So all these actually provide even better platform riding on to the RF, what we have. This is a jewel for us, and this is a backbone for us. So with the opportunity further, because of our customer invite us to transfer the technology from Pennsylvania back to Penang. So we set up Inari Semicon Labs. This is one of the purpose and also the vehicle for us to continue to focus more on the fiber side. Okay. Then on top of that, we also try to create platform. Okay, the chip on the carrier platform, in order for us to use in the data centers and also some of the streaming right now here. So this is a very important engine. Okay, then in year 2016, our customer invite us to transfer the mixed signal testing from Singapore back to Penang. So we typically take 3 months, okay, in our project transfer. Okay, so this is our speed and our standard. Then we also, alongside, we also think that's important for us to create more sensors in our space. Okay, so we set up Inari Optical Technology. In year 2019 and also 2020, we have a partnership with TCL. This is a listed company in Taiwan to do the extension of our current assembly platform into the module assembly and test. This typically for fiber division. Then with the more and more like industry 4 type of requirement, we started to generate more um, technology in the software side beyond the hardware. Then we think that it's good for us to continue to customize the process so that we can work very closely with our customer. And of course, the customer want us to be independent. Okay, that's why we formed the IMJV, okay, partnership with MIT Singapore. So that's to customize all the process and automation within our own groups of company. So, okay, come into the 2021 to 2023. This is the big markets now. I assume that all of you just now, you can see in the content, I put the small notes down there. The market actually is very big in the E&E adoption. Typically talking about this year, I believe that we'll cross the US 522 billion type of sales. And this market will continue to balloon. I will share more in 2 to 3 years time. So that's why we want to capitalize this opportunity in the current organic business expansion and also customer diversification. Of course, that's we lately also announced our private placement. Mainly, we want to use this proceed for our M&A, okay, and also some of the partnership to enhance our top line and bottom line. And our vision here, we want to double in 3 years. So this is a very sizable and also I call it inflection point for the company. Okay. Just give you the understanding about our global footprint. We have 9 factories located to 3 countries. Typically, Malaysia, the biggest or the technical base for us to continue to snowball our business. Okay, so you can see a little bit funny about our factory P1, P3, P5, all this numbering. So we are using the Fibonacci, this so-called numbering system. Okay, 1 plus 2 equals 3, 2 plus 3 equals to 5. Okay, and moving on to now 55. That's why the plus 1 here is the new building P55, just about ready to run production. So this is the overall size of us in 3 countries. And more importantly, you can see that we have about 32 football field manufacturing floor space. Okay, with the 5,008 actual employees across these 3 countries. Come into the vision and mission, we never change our thinking in terms of moving out from OSAT. We want to continue to play more significant role in the OSAT space. Okay, I believe that you all know what is OSAT. I don't want to overwhelm you with the very technical terms, but very simple in your mind, just get something to assemble and then test. Okay, the something here is the IC. Okay, so that is the OSAT basically in short. Our vision, we want to continue to become the strategic partner, not only talking about today and tomorrow. We want to partner with them more than probably 20 years to 50 years. Okay, and continue, we evolve. Okay, and probably we need young generation to continue this journey. Of course, that's how to stay close with the customer. Now we already work with them more than 20 years. If you include Amatron history, probably more than 30 years right now. So all in all, we provide very important technology in the good quality standpoint, because all of us use the handphone, use the car. You don't expect that you need to send back to your dealer saying that, hey, your phone actually you sell to me have some problem, or the worldwide recall of the phone because of our parts. So this is the number one importance quality aspect we set, and no compromise. Okay, we know that our customer don't compromise on the quality. That's why this is a must for us to deliver. Okay, and of course that we need to trace staff, customer, and business fairly. The reason, if you have one off-sided, either you skew too much to the customer or skew too much to the staff, I believe this equation cannot last long. So that's why we need to even include good return back to the shareholders like you. Okay, be the shareholders, we pay you good dividends. And in the past 64 quarters, we never have a single quarter never pay a single dividends back to you. So this is our mission to continue to grow into the OSAT space. And of course, that's our key belief here, is to make sure all the culture we build can be sustained. The first, I don't think that I want to explain more, the I for integrity, okay, and N, no excuse. We just, probably every one of us seek to hear excuse. You just need to get the success formula. How can we do it better? I think this is a very important alignment, not only talking about ourselves. We need to align our customer and also our shareholders, plus the supply chain. Okay, I call it local ecosystem. All need to work hand in hand. You want to speed your car, you make sure that the four wheel align together. So same like just now I said, align the four parties together. It's a very important wheel alignment. Okay, then the R is for result. Every one of us, probably every one of you invest in the stock exchange. You ask what is the result? Okay, we do the same. We deliver the expectation to the customer. We also deliver to the shareholders, and of course that's we need to continue to reward our good employee. Last but not least, the initiative with the can-do attitude. This is a very important. The positive attract positive. The secret. Okay, if you have a more positive employee with the can-do attitude, I think more customers are willing to work with you. So this is the kind of setup and the platform for us to continue to grow into the core competency here. You can see we have 3 pillars. Okay, this is kind of standard in the OSAT. Start with the pillar 1, wafer probing. Of course, that's you don't understand too much detail on the technical. Don't worry, I will give you some picture so that you can just internalize it, just like reading the storybook. Okay, so pillar 1, pillar 2, pillar 3. Okay, then you understand that wafer probing, this is the term, and then component SIP assembly, then go into the package testing. Okay, the final product, you need to go through testing. So we cover RF, SIP wireless, cover the fiber, opto sensors, and also generic IC. Okay, so this is our assisting. What's next? We actually try to do the integrated module assembly and testing. This is the pillar 4, and we are talking about growing this very quickly in year 2021 in the progress of making a new customer. Okay, so this is kind of the pictorial for you to understand better what is the wafer probing. So solid wafer processing, and then how to put into the assembly. This is the PCB board. So from the IC, you can see 1 × 1 mm, very small. We need to solder the 9 point into the board. So imagine that you put a single hair size in between the solder board. Our hair size probably is about 100 micron. So this is our technology. Okay. And on top of that, we are not only putting one IC. Okay. We are putting a lot of integrated passive component into the package. So that's why you can see that the size of the component, SIP component here is 6.5 × 5 mm. So imagine that your fingernail, you can chop into 4 pieces. Okay, this is our technology into your phone. I think you should appreciate us because we make it lighter for you to carry your phone. Okay, then after we put all the chips into the PCB, we need to mold it. And then after singulates the units, okay, then you can see one black, like a black dot into your phone. So this is what we call assembly, SIP, and testing. Okay, so this is the 3 important pillar. How can we go into the next module integrated system? Meaning is in between the board assembly. I think you all know EMS. So they will take everything from the component, put into the board assembly, and then assemble into the phone. So this is a standard flow from the wafer ICs assembly and test go into the phone. So I hope that I give you some a good example to understand us. Okay, so this is our facility. I would like to just show you, because I cannot invite you come to the factory, but that's why I purposely switch the camera into this to see this is our standard setup. We are international because our customer from US and Europe. We also have an international employee here, being well trained by the international multinational locally. I would like to take the opportunity to thank every one of them who actually directly or indirectly support us. Okay, so I don't want to jam you too much here, but more importantly, you need to know what are those end application. Our chips, the SiP chips landed in smartphone, our optical fiber landed into the networking, and also our sensor will go into automotive and as well as industrial. So this is the end application. So of course that's to bring you into next big chapter. This is the big number of us. Of course that we are still small if you compare with the international player. Of course, my wish is put ourselves in the top 10 of the OSAT. Definitely we want to work very hard so that we can delight you as an investor and also delight our customer. More importantly, our employee can continue to stay with us to make the dream come true. Okay, so just give you this big number. Hope that you understand how's the components built into the phone. Okay, and also how to build some into the car. Okay, come to the big market right now. We are talking about 20, probably 20 to 30% of growth for the company. Then you see the market actually expecting more than 40%. Okay, and of course, that's if you project forward, I believe that this is a very big number. Okay, 803 billion. Okay, just a few years from now, you'll see probably doubling. So what actually we are good at, I just want to share with you in this chart here, and also compare ourselves, our readiness to capture this big market. You can see I put down here the strong in the 5G adoption. I believe every one of you now using the 5G or 4G, probably close to 5G. I believe Malaysia will also install the 5G tower. So more or less, the 5G is already in the very fast adoption. Moving forward, we think that this fiber will become another good use to connect to your house. And we have a very good loading as well. Okay, medium high. Then come into the wearable and automotive side, typically in Kunsan factory. We have a medium to high type of loading. So we are very encouraging because of market actually still very short in terms of the component provide to the automotive. And IoT and generic side is medium to low. It's still a single digit growth. So all in all, we see a very good loading for these 1-2 years. Okay, down the road. Okay, add on to the new pillar 4. This is the one we hope we can actualize it in this year. Our new customer will visit us this coming July, and then we will put our plan to maximize our production in this year end. So all in all, we are ready to capture this. I call big markets. More importantly, that can we stay relevant? Okay, so I can tell you that we already won many projects over here. So how to read this chart? RF, you can see the blue color stand for the RF division. We have 4 projects down the road right now. We found also 5 patents. Okay, and the infra optical networks, we won 3 customers. Okay, located in different locations. Then generic side, we also have the open test platform cover for new customer now. This is the integrated module. This is the one we are talking about, very fast growing. We hope that the pilot line will get qualified, okay, and then we can go into mass production by this year end, okay. Just give you some idea about how the tightness, how to put in our products into the right perspective. You can see the top corner, the top left corner. We need to squeeze many of the passive component. We are talking about 008, 004. In terms of the size, actual size is 0.2 times 0.05. Okay, so I think it's a kind of a miracle, or the scientists work go into the like every year need to reduce the size by half. So this is the very high technical challenge for us, but we managed to get it through. Okay, this is what our project about. And of course, that's the EMI is more important because why? The electromagnetic interference for you to protect your brain, to protect all the so-called the body by the interference from outside. We need to shield the products. So this is one of the important roadmap for the 5G, and also probably people talking about millimeter wave. So more shielding to protect the noise impact the next circuits or the interference to the outside. Okay, so this is very, very important roadmap for us to continue to enlarge our business with our customer. Okay, P55, just right behind our P13. This building actually we built last January. We just took 3 months to complete the big buildings. Okay, so this is our speed. And bear with us, we are not pushing our contractor to the limit, but we work with them with a very systematic and also very safe manner to ensure that all of them come here with a proper SOP, and also follow strictly our international standard. Okay, so we would like to probably also take the chance to share with you what is the Industry 4 we have been introduced or adopt last 2 years. We have a team of IT and also the operation technology groups to integrate the software with the machine, the software with the materials, ERP system. Okay, all this come in to become one-stop. Okay, we are not talking about hardware one-stop, but this is a software one-stop solution for our customer. That means our customer can actually view the performance of the product line through the portal. So provided we give them the password, then they can see all the details. Definitely, we are very happy to provide all the details to them, because we need to run the business in a transparent manner, so that we don't get into surprise and give excuses why we cannot deliver the parts. Okay, so all in all, this one already be in our culture, and we already use it, okay, in our shop floor. Integrate the material, from the material coming in to the process, to the machine, and also to the end customer loading. So all in all, we think that we run quite complete in terms of the holistic elements. Like for example, I put it down here, TQ-RDBCE. Okay, what is T technology? If let's say you claim yourself as a technology, how you better know what is the technology stickiness with the customer, and more importantly, what type of process you need to remain over here. Continue to upgrade, continue to put more CapEx, allow our customer to have the scalable business with us. And of course, that you cannot be running the business with only 1 or 2 elements here. You need to complete the TQ-RDBC in the full cycle, because you need to sustain the business in long haul. Like for example, talking about environment, we are actually apply the ESG very tightly. Later on, I will show you why so important about ESG, because any mistake you do will kill your business. So I don't need to explain why we need to have delivery, we need to have good quality, and also your cost down always to the customer, because you need to survive. They also need to survive. Everyone need to survive. Okay, so to allow us to survive in the long haul, you need to be more complete. Okay, that is a very important probably you can say is the kind of non-tolerable business or cutthroat business. But this is the way how you survive through. Okay, I hope that you can see more how we perform in our financial here. I will not jam you too much because this is a public info. More importantly, I think you need to know where are we. Okay, in year 2018, we hit the highest. Okay, the top line revenue here is 1.376. The bottom line here, PAT, the profit after tax is 260. So the past 9 months of us, you can see we already hit 1.06 billion, and our bottom line is already 242. We are challenging the highest peak in the whole history, okay, this year. And of course that we don't see any limit for us to grow forward, okay, because the market, is what just now I shared, the market is ready for us. Yeah. And what you can see the chart here, I just pulled since 2011 up to now. You can see the graph actually on top is the revenue. We grow all the way, okay, and then bottom line here, we also challenging the highest peak in year 2018, okay. So we don't see a problem, and more importantly, I think we have a very good analyst coverage. Okay, average now the target price is 3.97. I don't know what happened yesterday. Our share drops to 30 something. Okay, probably this is a good reference point for you. If you want to invest in the longer term with us, definitely I would like to welcome you. If imagine that in year 2011 you just invest 100,000, and today probably you have 8 million in your bank or in your stock. So we up 80 times. Okay, since 2011. Yeah. So I'm not pushing you to buy our stock. Don't get me wrong. If you think that you have some other good use, okay, in the urgent manner, then you better put your priorities. But if in the long term, probably 1 to 2 years time, you want to probably take a look on our stock, I would like to probably share more. Like for instance, talking about how we want to nurture into our capex with the current cash position. We built up 880 million since the listing till now. And we think that by this year end, we should hit 1B plus the 1 over billions of the prior placement. We almost like near to or over 2B in our portfolio. Definitely, as what just now we also mentioned about M&A, that is one portion we are seriously to go into the inorganic growth. Typically, we see the big market not only cover the current stream, we also want to continue to grow forward so that we can build more opportunity to provide more dividend back to you. Okay, I believe that last 2 days you received good dividends from us if you are our shareholders. We pay, you see, 9 months we already pay 1/17 of our overall making. Okay, so we pay actually quite significant. Okay, for this time. So total payout last year 2020 is 142. 9 months we already pay out 283 million. So I think we are one of the best in the stock exchange. Okay, paying the good dividend back to the shareholders. Okay, very quickly, I would just sum up why so important about ESG here. Okay, we are using very simple approach here. Okay, we are in Malaysia, but we are doing the business with US and also Europe. So we need to integrate the international standard, particularly United Nations and also Global Reporting Initiative. All these need to work together or integrate together with our Bursa Malaysia here. Okay, of course, that's we also one of the counter include in our FTSE4Good. Why I put the ring, the last ring of the best known recommended practices by the stakeholders. All this is become a continuous program. We cannot be thinking about ourselves very good and then we stay here. We should always look at what's the new things for us to improve ourselves. So that's why whatever input from our stakeholders, we will take it in and put into the cycle and put into the SOP and continue to practice more and more. Okay, so this is our cookbook system we created. Yeah. So of course that we need all align with our board, our sustainable groups like SMRC, also SRMC, and also our CEO office, plus the SIWG. This is the kind of different working groups and also a different authority. Yeah. So all in all, we need to align with the stakeholders. Okay. So just give you some idea about this CSR nurture into the ESG. Since 2011, the time, we always talk about CSR. We not even really put our foot into the ESG until our big customer come in asking us, do you apply the European standard, the US standard? So we thought that we in Malaysia, we should be good and continue to do good in Malaysia. But after that, we learn so much different, good things they apply, and we include and we take the challenge to put all in since 2015 and 2016. We think that it's good to report back to the shareholders, and 2017 we actually put into the annual report. So if you have the annual report, you can refer all the details in there. Okay. And from there, we actually continue our journey. And let's be assured, I think we have a very good plan, do, check, act system. Okay. Identify, categorize, validate, and also the process review or improvement. All this one is in our report. And I would like to also share with you, we are not skewed into one stakeholder. We are actually involve all the stakeholders here. Okay, so everyone, you have the responsibility to check and balance about our action, and we would like to become very transparent to you. That's why I take the challenge today. Would like to share with every one of you. This is our cookbook to include all the stakeholders in your respective ownership. Okay, then of course that's I put the pillar ESG and put another one add on to the ESG. We have the economic here. Because why? Imagine that you have a car, you have the engine, you have the wire, but you don't top up your petrol. I don't think the car can work, even though I give you a very good car. Okay, so ESG is like a car. Then economy is to turn. You need petrol. Business, you need PO, the purchase order. So all in all, you can't escape. Okay, this cycle you cannot just only purely talking about one single element, like for example, social. You do good in social, then you think that you are good. You need to cover all aspects. So this is how I look at it, how to sustain this pillar. You need to have the environment caring. Okay, so that's why we register ourselves with the green partner here. Okay, ROHS, REACH, and ISO 14,000. So this is to ensure that all the practice alongside to the third parties accredited centers. Then in terms of the social, we're also talking about human resource policy. Why so important about this? If imagine that you have a harassment issue, or you have some of the wages issue, OT issue, or the dormitory issue, I think your company will have a big problem. Because why? International player, international customer don't work with you in this context. Okay, they don't want to listen to your excuse. So a lot of this is kind of known, and you need to practice it systematically. Okay. More importantly, show them, give them the good accommodation, the facility. We have a set standard. Okay, some of the things we provide, not only talking about by using the footage measurement, we also provide more than the standard. Like for example, we provide PC zone for them to do the PC log into the internet to check some of the things or communicate with their family. Okay, because we have a foreign worker come into Malaysia. So we provide this PC zone for them. We have sick bay, we have multi-purpose hall for the town hall. And of course, lately we also add in the facial recognition for the temperature monitoring, the SOP. And on top of that, we also have all the dormitory with the CCTV surveillance control. Okay. Besides that, we also invite some of the service provider come into our dormitory, okay, to do this day-to-day grocery and also some of the cleaning services for them. Yeah, okay. So this is all not only we share with the local, we also share with our customer, and they also get their end customer to audit us from time to time. Yeah. Okay, coming to another big milestone of us. I think that many of you probably your kids study in the university or the colleges. You know that we actually enroll a lot of internship with the universities and colleges. So you can see the past 6 years, okay, we already enrolled 2008 interns go through our training. So I name it campus in factory, okay, so that you have a skill set, not only talking about hard skill, we also provide the soft skill, okay. So hope that we can create more next generation to support us, okay, in this technical leadership, okay. This is kind of the donation or CSR work with the local, probably I just name a few, like KKM, like GH, okay, like police campaign. All this is quite rounded, okay. And we hope that lately also we use P34 as one of the PCAS center to support the SME. So this is one of the CSR lately we registered with meeting, okay. And this is how I set up. Okay. Of course, I don't use too much expensive material. We always call ourselves economically elegant, okay. Just do enough and reasonable in a safe and clean manner. Yeah. So this is our cafeteria. Okay, coming to the governance. So important. If you don't focus on this governance, I put everything out here. Okay, it's total 11. So you can actually retrieve the data from the this annual report. Okay, I don't probably talk too much here. More importantly, I think this is the one I would like to share with you. How is the waterfall effect? Okay, why I name waterfall? You imagine that the water stream from the top level go to the second level go to the third level. So we take our customer as the mainstream. Okay, they waterfall over to us, and we waterfall to the next lower level. Okay, so you can see that we started the concept of local ecosystem development in year 2000, probably 2010. Okay, one of the founder, Mr. Ho, actually have a very good thinking about technology together with some of the ESCO member. I can't address every one of them, but they have the same thinking. Okay, very important that to get everyone to do something close to us. So that's why we started the local ecosystem development in 2010, and then we grow many of the SME, and you can see that total payout 350 million for the past 5 years. Okay, if you are one of the machine guy or the automation guy, you want to work beyond the current technology or enlargement, we probably provide a good platform. Okay, of course, that some of the special recipe will remain, but the generic one we will pass over to you. Okay, and we also build a lot of building. So every year you can see that one building up. So the past 10 years, we continue to build buildings. Okay, because our capacity is not enough to support the current requirement. Okay, so this is the kind of spending, and we would like to probably to thank all the supporter. So far, I don't think that's any local ecosystem complain about us. Okay, especially during this pandemic time, we provide a lot of help and also a lot of support to them. They also provide a lot of support for us to commit to our customer in US and also in Europe. So with that, I would like to sum up my presentation today. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, pass back to the MC.
Okay, thank you so much. That was truly a very interesting presentation. I actually really love your offices. Your offices look really, really nice. Thank you
Oh,
so
thank
much,
you.
Mr. Lau. So now we'll be answering a few questions. We'll be looking at Slido. So currently I see this one question that's right up here. One asks, any updates on the company segments for M&A in relation to the 1.1 billion private placement? Because analysis say that this could be in module assembly tests, but if you could please elaborate.
Okay. This private placement actually came into a picture because we have chance to take a look for more synergistic type of partnership or the M&A. So we target about 70% put into the pool so that we can have a sizable M&A. Of course, that's how to look at the M&A target. We would like to continue to look at our OSATs vertically, that means the upstream or the downstream. Then we also need to take a look on the holistic portion, that means the horizontal portion to expand beyond the current OSAT business. So this is the two area. Of course, that if you have any good company or some of the partners they want to exceed, can pair with us. Just now I walk you through about our technology. I'm glad to take a look. Yeah.
Okay. So the next question is, in terms of the private placement, what are your thoughts through the processes, the targets, the synergies with new partners that would justify diluting existing shareholders?
Okay. So now I believe that more or less we have covered the smartphone, the portable devices. We also cover the infrastructure. We have some not so big in the automotive. I think the automotive segment is very hot right now. Cover the EV, cover the autonomous, because all the electronics were landed in one of the car. Okay. And many of the cars will copy. So much so, we think that this is the good area for us to explore. Okay. And I don't think that I can disclose anyone because we are in the talking stage. Yeah.
Understood. Okay. The next question is, with the current pandemic and global chips shortage, what will be the greatest risk and challenge that the group is anticipating moving forward?
Yeah, the chip shortage, actually, you take at it as a risk, but we take at it is a very, very good opportunity because market is demanding for more chips. So we are the one providing the component and the chips. Why not we expand as much as possible? Of course, that you don't expand until you cannot. Like for example, you order your food, you can't finish all. So you need to have your growing, like just now I talked about TQRDBC, all these you need to equally expand it. Okay, so you don't just expand one side. Okay, like for example, you forget about your resources. You expand your factory. You don't have people. How to expand the business like that? Okay, so it's important that you balance it. So I think based on our past 10 years record, you can see every year we stack one building without fail. I believe that our pillar is very strong. Our pillar is very strong, especially like for instance, we have the business unit headed by Sabran, headed by Eugene, Cheng, and many of them. I can't mention all. All of them very strong. Okay, so I don't think that chip shortage is a risk. Chip shortage is an opportunity for us to grow bigger.
Okay. Okay, so how about in terms of revenue and profit after tax? How many percent will the lockdown affect the 3Q result?
The past 3Q, I think you all already see, we are actually above the 20 margin. Okay, this is a historical high record. I think I would like to take the opportunity to thank our customer, okay, to allow us to play and also support the local urgent needs, like for the pandemic. We actually we spend like just now you see the 1 millions the donation for the pandemic purpose, and some of the like interns, all this is actually our doing. Okay, it's a contribution from our customer as well. Okay, automation. Some of the machine actually parked to us, we develop. Some of the machines still need to continue to put the headcount to develop. It's not like you buy or you customize, you put in, you can use it. You need to continue to develop. All this is the money we put in. So I believe that we will continue to do good, and we continue provide good cost down back to our customer, provide a good margin back to our ecosystem. Okay, not only us need to survive, everyone need to survive.
Okay. So I think we can answer a few more questions. So this person asked, is RF also needed in automotive industry? And what is the percentage of market share Inari in RF?
I only can tell you ourselves. I cannot tell you about our customer end.
Okay.
I think it's not very fair for me to act on their behalf. So more importantly, what we do now, we understand that RF is like everywhere. If you don't want to carry the wire, you need to use RF. So that's why the most important things to use RF is your smartphone, your tablet, and your computer. Okay, so these three is a must. And don't forget more and more adoption into the like Wi-Fi. Okay, I put forward. Everyone is talking about now. I don't know what happened to our server or our connectivity. How come our Zoom cannot turn on? Is it sound familiar?
Yeah.
Everything very familiar because we call people and then we lost the contact.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
All these because of the bandwidth. So 5G is the platform for us at least these 3 to 5 years. Okay, 3 to 5 years before we reach to the 6G or 7G or whatever G you call it. So more importantly, we need to capitalize now. So portable, remember, portable, you need to use RF. Okay, so then probably you can anticipate how many portable, okay, gadget in this world, okay, and continue to ride on to the 5G, okay, and the car will definitely will call 5G car.
Okay.
They need 5G backbone to enable the smart decision, okay. So this is the big use of the RF. Yeah.
Okay. Another person also asked, does Inari intend to expand big into China market and on par with US and the Europe market?
Yeah, as long as we have a customer asking or inviting us, I don't think that we have a limit to go beyond. Now we have China factory in Kunsan. We also have factory in Philippines. And of course, that US side, if we think that we have a good opportunity to invest in US, we might go to US as well. Okay, so as long as we stay close with the customer, we would like to offer the service.
Okay, and how do you set up for Inari for continuous growth in the next decade? And where do you see Inari in the next 10 or 20 years?
Okay, probably I give you 5 years first. Okay, the roadmap for us in technology, we can't take too long because you put too long, probably people say that you probably short-sighted. Okay, because some other things change, you cannot see very clearly. I think 3 to 5 years down the road, that's what my personal target is, to bring ourselves into sizable in the world map, and also talking about more complete solution, not only talking about just only on the midstream. Okay, so we should also involve more into the wafer foundry side. Okay, like for example, we have one division taking the chip fab and the wafer certification. That is one of the process in the wafer fab. So we think that this is a piece of cake we want to go in, and this is a really big scenario. I think all the foundry has spent double in size. Probably you will hear more shortage on the chip component maker like us. Because why? After 2 years, they complete their wafer foundry where they want to assemble the parts. So definitely this is the waterfall to us. Okay, this is very important. Then of course that we also want to envision how to complete more like plug and play solution, the smart card kind of a module assembly. So this is the pipeline for us to continue to grow the business. Yeah.
Okay, so we have time to answer one last question. And this person asks, is it the new pillar for business is on EMS, PCBA business like Jabil or Foxconn, or is more on module assembly, like for a few small components inside?
Yeah, like just now I show you the full picture. You see the pictorial picture, how we make a phone. Okay, so we will stop at the just right before the EMS. Okay, so we will complete our whole component plus the board assembly. That is the one we will stop. Okay, so because I think it's too good the cake up to this level right now. I believe that we are not really want to go to EMS. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Thank you very much.
okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Lau, for joining us today. That was truly
Thank you,
a
Musa.
very
Thank you, every one of you.
so I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Of course.
And hope you will join us for the next Bursa, maybe for the next Bursa Marketplace
Okay.
event.
Sure.
So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank
Stay safe,
you.
everyone. Thanks. Bye.
everyone for joining us today. Now it is time to hear from one of Malaysia's largest conglomerates, Berjaya Cooperation Berhad, which recently unveiled its 3-year strategic plan aimed at transforming the conglomerate into a more focused group. With us, we have its CEO, Encik Jalil Rashid, the first non-family member appointed to lead the group. Encik Jalil Rashid is also the former Permodalan Nasional Berhad CEO and brings with him more than 18 years of investment and business leadership experience. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome Encik Jalil Rashid to share with us some insights into his transformation plan and the company.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Sasha. And thank you very much, everybody, for your time. I thought I'll just go through a brief presentation just to kind of put in context what the state of the company is and what we are attempting to do. The first slide. Yeah, so if you look at Berjaya Corp today, this is how it looks like, right? You know, it's got an eclectic brand of companies, and you go to our website, you know, it'll be just an endless amount of companies. And on my first day on March 16, when I went around and saying hello to all my new colleagues, I did ask them about what does Berjaya mean to you? And that was a question that was very difficult to get an answer, simply because we've had all these brands, right? You know, it was difficult to pinpoint, are we a property company, are we a food company, automotive or services, what are we? And that is when I knew that we needed to get the definition and focus of the group absolutely right, because when it's like this, you end up kind of just scratching the surface of most of the companies without really going deep. I have a huge preference of focusing on a few core businesses and doing it absolutely well. Thanks. So this is what we articulated internally. You know, I spent a lot of time internally with our colleagues to kind of put the message in this sort of like a pyramid, right? The first thing is to get the vision right. To my earlier point, I wanted to morph the group from a conglomerate to a consumer group. You know, as a conglomerate, it's a bit like, you know, I do everything and anything, and that's not really how I want to take the group further. I want it to be focused as a consumer group, meaning that whatever that we have and will have in the future will have a consumer stance towards it. We are a global group. We have operations in over 12 countries globally, and I do want to position it as a global consumer group, not just purely a Malaysian consumer group. So that's the vision. The mission is really unlocking value. I think one of the big criticisms of the group in the past has been that it sits on incredible assets, but it doesn't kind of reflect in the value of the company by way of its valuation. And that is something that we need to do a better job unlocking, which means running the companies a lot more efficiently, transparently, and also really streamlining the group, you know, and raising money by selling some of the assets that we have. The objective is really to institutionalize the company, you know, moving from what has traditionally been a company that's been run by one person to be run as an institution, governed by proper systems and processes, and to really streamline the businesses that we have. We just can't go on having all that many businesses in there. It's really a question about what is really going to move the needle for us and focusing on that. On the strategy part is getting the performance monitoring and execution right. This is where I think when I deep dive in my first 3 months, I realized that this is what has been lacking. We have been quite successful in terms of acquiring companies and assets and brands, but not very good in terms of keeping in touch constantly on terms of monitoring, in the performance monitoring and the execution part of it. So we need to put in place a lot more robust procedures where we are able to kind of do KPIs and monitor this on a timely basis, especially on a monthly basis, to know exactly, are we on track, are we not, do we need to pivot or not. Approach, there needs to be a rethink about the operating model. I've been quite public by saying that we will sell the Berjaya branded hotels and focus purely on the 5-star brands, where I want to just be the hotel owner, not the operator. I think this is where there's a complete restructure in terms of its operating model, where in the past we have owned and operated the hotel. And this is something that I want to also change within the group, that, we don't need to own and run everything. If we do property, for example, we can be the master developer, but if we need to have, say, a school or a hospital, we bring in an expert operator there. We don't need to run the school. We don't need to run the hospital. It's the same thing with hotels as well. I think where we have been good is identifying where it makes sense to own hotels and identifying the right operator, but not really to then worry about how to run the hotel. And then lastly is usage of digital and data. We're one of the few companies, I think, in the country that has a touch point with every element of society. We have brands that cater for the lowest segment in terms of earnings, economic segment, right up to the highest. And it'll be very interesting for us to kind of use digital and data a lot more better. Like, for example, how many Berjaya Group products are in a household, for example, how many people consume a Starbucks and use their Be Infinite card and have a property and everything. So this is what digital and data is able to bring. And this is something that I want to emphasize a lot more. Next. So this is how we have reorganized the group from that first chart that I showed you to this. Essentially, what we have articulated is that we want to focus on 5 core sectors: retail, food, property, hospitality, and services. And under retail, we would have all our distribution-focused business. Anything that has a outlet kind of business would be under retail. And then food would obviously be our food brands like the Starbucks and Krispy Kremes of the world. And property, where we would have our property development, which is redevelopment of our existing land bank. Investment properties, where we do own some office buildings and some malls. And affordable housing. Affordable housing, I want to do it under a different brand altogether, so that it doesn't cannibalize the brand name, and so that they're a lot more focused. In hospitality is resorts and the clubs, but the clubs over time would be reduced, because most of it is sitting on prime land that we will then redevelop. And then under services, we have the gaming, which remains a cash cow for us. Environment, we have a very profitable business called Enviro Park there, which does landfill in Malaysia, in Bukit Taga, and also in Philippines, in Pampanga. And then we have digital services as well. We have a number of digital companies, like we have a 49% stake in Razer FinTech, and we own a data analytics company, and also the Be Infinite loyalty card program. Recently, about a few weeks ago, we have created a new entity called Berjaya Digital, Be Digital as we call it for short, that is housing all those 3 digital companies under one roof. The whole idea is that so that this Be Digital can be independent when it comes to funding, when it comes to the way it runs business, because it's a very dynamic and fast-moving business, and I don't want it to be caught up in the larger within the larger group. Next. So this is how our revenue contribution looks like, right? The chart in blue is pre-COVID, is end of March. That was just before we did our first MCO 1.0. And then the orange chart shows you end of March, a few months ago. So that has taken the full impact of the COVID and the various lockdowns that we've had. So you see in retail, we've actually had an increase in retail. No surprise there. I think a lot more people are more focused on trying to get the best deals in terms of pricing, and they're staying a lot more at home and cutting down on, I guess, more luxury purchases and focusing on core purchases. We've done a bit okay there. Food and beverage, we've done a lot more better, as we moved a lot of things towards online, like many others as well. Property as well, we've seen a slight increase, but this was a bit of a back-ended effect, where when we kind of register some of our sales and everything, it gets recorded a bit more later. Hospitality has seen the biggest drop. No surprise there. It's been severely impacted as a business because we just can't. There was a small window over the last 1 year where we were allowed to do domestic tourism, where it recovered pretty fast. But after that, it's come down. And this remains the most challenging part of the business because there is an element of fixed costs that we have to endure. Because you can't just switch off the cost and maintenance aspect of the hotels. Under services, it's been dragged. I think it's been dragged a bit by Toto as well. It's a very, very regulated business, the gaming industry. A lot of the outlets remain closed because of the MCOs and EMCOs. I get asked this question, why isn't Toto doing online? Question is, we're not allowed to. It's not that we don't want to. We've been wanting to do it for the last 10 years. We're not allowed to. If you thought the banks were very tightly regulated, this is an industry that's even more regulated. So we just can't. The rule book doesn't allow us to do so. Next. These are the 4 key initiatives. So if you break down the strategic framework that we announced, I've really kind of broken it down into 4 parts, right? The first part is streamline. These are the parts of the business that we are already doing, but we need to improve by slimming it down even further or being a lot more tighter and focused. So first thing is sub-segments. Sub-segments is that if we want to go into the consumer space, what is it that we want to do, right? What segment of the market are we trying to penetrate? Like, for example, if you want to be in hospitality, you want to do 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, or 5-star. The running of hotels in each of these categories is completely different, from branding, from the people, from the hardware, software, food, procurement, everything is different. So we've got to be very clear. And this is perhaps why maybe in the past we've not really done too well there, because we've kind of tried to take that same model into doing all the different segments. And now we're very clear in hotel, we're just going to focus purely on 5-star, and the burden of running it is going to fall on an operator and not on us. Similarly, for some of the consumer and retail brands that we have, like Causeway, we are going to close down our overseas operations and focus purely on Malaysia. So the sub-segment is really not just looking at the products, but also looking at the geographies that we operate in. Divestments, there will be a series of divestments, I'll go into that later, that we need to divest to just lighten the balance sheet a bit and just be a lot more focused. A lot of these assets were acquired during the past for very low rates right now. When you look at it on the book, it's all fully written off. So it might be a good time for us to sell this. And then also mergers. Over the years, as we acquired companies, there are a number of overlapping companies. So over the last 3 months, I have merged some overlapping companies to make it a lot more streamlined. We have almost 80 dormant companies within the group that have since been closed over the last month or so that the group is a lot more leaner. In terms of improvement, these are things that we do already, but we need to do a lot more better. So one of it is succession planning. Excuse me. We do succession planning, but we need to do better in it. And then compliance and governance as well is something that we do. We have a process, we have a framework, but we just need to do this a lot more better. Business empowerment. This is something that I've been very vocal about, is that Berjaya Corp is an investment holding company. We don't run any of the businesses ourselves, right? We don't run Starbucks from Berjaya Corp. We run it from Berjaya Food. So there is a need for us to behave a lot more strategically rather than operationally. And this is where we need to give that sort of empowerment to the various business units to kind of run their business on a day-to-day basis. Where we come in is really putting in place a strategic framework, giving them the KPIs and deliverables so that they deliver and then they pay us dividends. But it's not for us at the B Corp level to be deciding where they open branches and what they put in the branches, right? That's getting very nitty-gritty and operational. And this is where I've kind of put that demarcation between strategic and operational. Third is restructure, which is a complete rethink of the operating model. I touched on that briefly just now, like the hotels, for example, where we need to morph from a owner-operator model to a purely owner model. And then corporate structure as well, where we need to kind of flatten it. There is a lot of cross-holdings as well, as most of family-run companies are, and that is something that I'm committed to undo. But with caution that it will take some time. It won't be done overnight because it's a function of also how the share price does in some of the companies, so that it is above water, and then we can undo it. Flatter organization as well. I think in a way the organization is a bit old-fashioned in the way decision making is done, and we need to kind of flatten that a bit. Fourth is establish. Establish are things that we don't have that we're establishing right now. That is performance monitoring and KPIs. We've put in place a KPI and corporate scorecard for every business that we have, and how many percent it will make up towards their annual performance, which includes everything from succession planning, cost management, sustainability, financial performance, non-financial. There's a complete rethink on cost management. I think as you grow, and the companies are a bit siloed, there is an element of cost duplication around. For example, just within the first 3 months, just from digital as well, we've kind of cut down nearly about 2 million ringgit a year, just by kind of harmonizing that whole infrastructure a lot more better, and a lot more efforts is being done to kind of see what can be shared with all the companies, what can be shared with all the companies, and then what needs to be done independently. And then the last is digitization and sustainability. I say this is a must-have right now, not a nice-to-have, because we have to digitize. There's no way about it, and we also need to make sure that we don't go on hiring a lot more manual labor, and that we do a lot more things where it can be automated. We need to automate. So the 4 parts here is really to break down into, is to give a clear structure into what is it that needs to be streamlined and made a lot more slimmer, what needs to be improved, just take it up a notch, and what needs to be restructured, a complete pivot, and then what needs to be established, which needs to be built from ground up. Next. So in terms of streamline, if I were to go a bit deeper, if we just focus purely on streamline, in retail, for example, I think country expansion is something that we have been really reducing. Causeway is an example where I think it has over-expanded geographically over the years, and that is something that we have been reducing. So by the end of the year, Causeway's business outside of Malaysia will all be closed. And then we'll focus purely on Malaysia. The Malaysian business continues doing well, but overall it gets dragged down because of the losses in other countries. And that's also a manifestation into how B Corp's financial performance is. A lot of the questions investors ask me is that, how come the group makes 8 billion ringgit in revenue, but is still loss-making? And the reason, if you zoom in on the bottom line, is that it gets dragged down by impairments of losses of companies. And this is because we've got so many companies and we cannot monitor them. And, they don't necessarily do well. And then we have to kind of take those losses, accumulate it, and then it gets dragged down. So all the companies, I have 2 criteria. I told my colleagues, if a company is loss-making, I'm going to look at them a lot more closely, and most likely you're going to be shut down. And if the other one is, if you're coming back to me for money, that means I need to keep on funding you, and you're not financially independent, we also need to have a serious conversation. So in terms of where I have been putting my focus on in terms of closing down or selling and divestment is on companies that either are loss-making or need money from us. And that's where a lot of the focus has been. In food and beverage, where Berjaya Food is today, I think there's a need for us to look beyond F&B. I think in the past, we've always kind of looked at what is the next franchise chain that we can bring into the country. And perhaps maybe the way the consumer mindset is right now, we need to do maybe a bit of a change because franchise chains don't necessarily do very well unless you've got a fantastically strong brand. Starbucks is an exception. It's a lifestyle brand, continues doing quite well. But we've been looking at things like cloud kitchen. Can we look at upstream and downstream within the food? And that is something that we will continue looking at in the food segment. In real estate is, like I mentioned, we need to do a better job in terms of executing. I look at some property developers who can have land 1.5 hours away from KL, but they can sell their property at ringgit 1 million. And then you dive inside. Why is it that they can? Is that I think they've created quite a lot of surrounding infrastructure and made that place a lot more livable. And that's where the value creation comes in, is the ability to kind of develop that a lot more better. And we've got a lot more prime land, things like Bukit Kiara, Selangor Turf Club, and Bukit Jalil, Ampang, where the value is already there, but we just need to do better in terms of the product that we deliver. In hospitality, I mentioned an operating model change and perhaps a rebranding of the division, where we take out the Berjaya name and have a completely independent name that will then eventually have a hospitality REIT that will be consisting of all mainly 5-star hotels. And then under services is we really need to do better in digital and data. So a lot of things that we do in services would be what I would call future, that we want to do things that have a sustainability element and has legs to run for the next 10, 20 years. And it has to be something along the more sustainability and digital and disruptive space. Next. So in terms of improve, I think like I said, I think in terms of people, like anything that we do, the hallmark is the people. If you get this wrong, then your whole strategy goes wrong. That we need to bring in a much more robust pipeline. Compliance and governance, I mentioned elimination of cross-holdings, establishing KPIs and monitoring, risk management, and just making better data-driven decisions, right? Not making gut instinct decisions, but backed by sufficient data. Business empowerment, how B Corp will look like in the future is that we are a pure strategic investor, and that we have the 5 companies under us, the 5 holding companies under us. And all those individual companies under those holding companies will all have a dividend policy, which will flow up and eventually flow up to B Corp. So B Corp would impose a dividend policy on all the companies, and we will have our own dividend policy so that we have a recurring income that comes in on an annual basis. And then we have the ad hoc income, which is when we sell some of our assets and everything. Because at our level, what we are is we're essentially an asset allocator. We decide, if I have a ringgit to spend, where is it going to go? Do I put it in retail? Do I put it in food? Do I put it in hospitality? And how do I decide the return for this 1 ringgit? What is the ROI of this ringgit? So that is what we should be doing at the B Corp level, not really be thinking about what do I sell in a 7-Eleven aisle, what new product should I be bringing in, right? That is a very operational day-to-day decision that the individual companies make. Next. So in terms of restructure, we said that in terms of divestments, over 2 to 5 years, we would want to raise 2 to 5 billion ringgit. So our year end is June, so we just started our new financial year end in July. So the next 2 financial years, so we are in July 21 now, so July 23, we should have at least raised 2 billion ringgit in divestments, and 3 years later, a total of about 5 billion. This will involve a number of things, potential IPOs, partial stake sell downs, M&As, or even outright sale. 3 to 4 companies will be rationalized. We're doing an internal restructuring of what I call legal entity rationalization, which I'll touch on later. And also target debt. Target debt is As a holding company, our debt is consolidated. So not all the debt is at the B Corp level, but as a holding company, we need to aggregate all the debts of all our companies, and then it becomes the B Corp debt. I want to reduce that, and a lot of that will be reduced as we slim the company down. As we sell, we will pay down the debt and then get to about 2.5 billion. And a lot of these debts sit at the operating company level, not really at the B Corp level. So, for example, the property company has debt because they need to kind of build properties, so they need to gear up. The food company has debt, retail company has debt, and all that. But as we start divesting and making the group a lot more slimmer, this debt will also reduce automatically. Next. So on the restructuring plan, we said that hospitality alone will raise about 1.2 billion ringgit in value. This will come as we sell 2 hotels in Seychelles, where we have 2 Berjaya hotels in Seychelles. We have 1 Berjaya hotel in Sri Lanka, and also the ones that we have in Malaysia, like Penang and KL. And then we also have the Sheraton in Hanoi, and also the Berjaya in Manila. And I put a conservative estimate of 1.2 billion, but I think if we do sell all the hotels that I mentioned, it will be more than that. But 1.2 billion is the conservative estimate that I have, where this will include all the Berjaya branded hotels that we will sell. The ones not mentioned there, we would perhaps bring in an operator to kind of run it. Motor distribution, we announced about a month and a half ago that we're selling our stake in Peugeot back to Bermas. We do have some minority stakes in motor distribution. Like, for example, we have a China car motor business where we bring in mainly trucks and industrial vans. It's a profitable business. It gives us about 3 to 4 million profit after tax, but it doesn't fit in with the synergies and the core sector groups that I want. So that would eventually be sold off. We do have minority stake in Bermas in Philippines that distributes Mazda cars. So we will sell those minority stakes, and also the MG Rover car business, which hasn't really started yet, but it's something that we intend to give up. So we will exit motor distribution completely, with the exception of HR Owen in the UK. HR Owen in the UK I want to keep, and simply because it's a high-end luxury car business. It's very profitable for us. The clientele is rather unique and it's quite useful for us. And also that they're self-sufficient and independent. So they're I wouldn't categorize them as a mass market motor distribution. They're very high-end niche distributor. Gaming is something that Sports Toto, over time I think that we want to morph the company into an ESG compliant company, that it could potentially be sold. And that is something that we would be open to, but given the nature of the business, it's not like we're going to have 100 people rushing through the door to buy it. But we're pragmatic enough to know that the way the group should look like in the future should not have the gaming element in there as we move towards a full sustainable business, and to also reduce sort of regulatory heavy businesses, and then we focus on a lot more businesses where we can kind of decide ourselves, right? Like retail, food, and hospitality. Then in financial, we aim to raise about 1 billion ringgit there, mainly through 2 big entities. One is Berjaya Sompo. We have a 30% stake. That's up for sale at 30%. I don't think we offer anything significant to the group. We don't control it in any way. Chai Lease is a leasing company that we have. We own 30% of it. 70% is owned by Chai Lease of Taiwan. It's a bit like a leasing company that gives personal financing. We got into it several years ago. Our stake for the 30% was about 45 million ringgit, and I reckon that stake now is worth about 300 million ringgit. This would probably go through an IPO process so that we can sell it down slowly in a liquid way. Of course, beyond these 4 that I've illustrated here, There are a lot of smaller ones that we have already started closing down and selling. That makes the odd 10, 20, 30 million here and there. And that is a process that we will continue doing until, until the foreseeable future. But the ones that will really move the needle in a significant way is the one that you see here. Next. So in terms of restructuring, legal entity rationalization as well, I think if you look at BLAN today, a lot of the value, the trapped value of the group is actually in BLAN. Because BLAN owns all the prime real estate. It also owns all the hotels. It also owns Berjaya Sports Toto, who in turn own Berjaya Philippines, who in turn own HR Owen. So it's the most convoluted shareholding structure there. And the common question I get from investors who buy into Toto, for example, they say, why am I buying Toto? And then I have a Philippine company that has landfill in there. And then that Philippine company then has a luxury car company in there. So this one would be something that we are internally doing work now to clean up. I think the most obvious thing is that Berjaya Philippines would eventually be delisted. It's very low liquidity anyway. And I will put HR Owen back up to be directly under B Corp, under the retail pillar. And then BLAN as well, we hold it quite tightly. And I think it does make sense for us to at some point make a decision on this. And what we would like to do is to take out all the real estate assets outside of BLAN and put it under a new company. Which we will do, and then have that new company be a pure play real estate company that will eventually be listed in a few years' time, and then so that all the companies will be pure play. So you'll have a pure play real estate company, you'll have a pure play gaming company which won't have anything else, and then you will have HR Owen going into the retail portion of the group, and it won't be under any of this land or gaming. Next. So in terms of establish, I mentioned just now, there's a need for us to do KPIs and performance monitoring better, debt restructuring. When I say debt restructuring is to have a better rethink about when is it that we take long-term debts versus short-term debts, when do we take bank loans versus an MTN, matching the tenure, for example, of the loan in a much more robust way. These are something that we are currently undertaking in order to restructure the debt. Centralizing procurement, distribution, and logistics is quite prevalent on the retail segment, where there's a lot of warehousing, distribution and logistics that will be the most impacted here. Digitization, I mentioned demarcation of what is a strategic role at the B Corp level versus operational role, and also the closure of dormant companies. Next. So we've established a management committee. This is a committee that meets monthly, that's chaired by me with all the people here. The ones in blue, the chief strategy officer recently joined about 6 weeks ago. She's the one who's the team would be the one helping me kind of execute the vision, oversee the divestment, investment, special projects, and everything. Essentially a CEO office of sorts that would be doing the KPI, corporate scorecard and all that. We have a chief digital officer who took on the role a few weeks ago to kind of digitize the company. So we do digitalization individually at each of the operating company, but there's a need for us at the top to bind everything together, and that's what the chief digital officer is doing. In terms of there'll be a new chief people officer, new chief treasury officer, new chief comms officer who will be joining within the next 2 months or so. And then in terms of CFO, legal and investment, they are existing people. So it's the management committee is a nice blend between an internal promotion, which is the chief digital officer, existing people, the one in black, and new people, the one in green and blue. And so that's how I have structured the management committee, which will meet monthly to really put everybody on the same page and to make sure that we are on top of things and much more proactive rather than reactive. Next. And then in addition to the management committee, I've also established a business committee which I also chair monthly with the heads of each of those business sector groups. So the head of property, the head of hospitality, services, retail, and food would meet me monthly. So it's an exco of sorts that I chair, so that we're on top of things operationally. We know what's happening, what we need to be aware of, what's working, what's not working. Do we need to change plans or not, and everything. So this was this management committee and this business committee was in the past never kind of formalized. It was something on an ad hoc basis, but not on a regular recurring basis. But now we've put it properly, we've structured it properly. It has an agenda, it's chaired, the meeting minutes are sent, it's followed through. There's a lot more rigor and structure in this, and this has started being done this month. Next. So in terms of sustainability framework, like I said, digitization and sustainability, two things that must be done. It's no longer, it's nice to have, it's a must have. But I am keen to do sustainability in a way that is understandable, not just a box ticking exercise. And essentially, again, taking the premise of what I've always mentioned, that we are a holding company. We are not there to kind of force companies to do and ask them and tell them how to run. Sustainability is already done individually in the hotel group in their own way, the food group in their own way. The framework that we want to establish at the B Corp is binding all these things that the companies already do and putting it as an overarching framework. So it's not to duplicate what they're doing, it's to kind of see what are the good things that each of these companies are already doing, and how can we then put it as a B Corp sustainability framework. Next. So a digitization framework as well, we do it already in various companies in terms of automating. I always said that in digitization, you need to automate first before you can innovate, right? You cannot talk about AI and fancy data analysis when you're still peddling paper around. So you need to kind of automate first, and have a digital culture going. So it's really about having your data sorted, cleaned before you can mine it. So in the data accessibility is really about getting your house in order data-wise. We are, I think, about 80% there in terms of automating. And then once we are, and by end of the year or early next year, we'll be in that data mining phase where we can do some early stages of data mining and being able to see, hey, we have a lot of customers that are centralized in this particular area of the country, and they spend X amount of money. So those are the kind of data that I would like to mine and be able to kind of share, perhaps next year. And then once we get a clear sense of that, could we then monetize the data? Because we do sit on a lot, and that's something that we could potentially even look at. Next. So how would B Corp look like in the future, 3 years from now, right? So this time, 3 years from now, July 2024, I always said that whenever any initiatives are done, we must always ask, how does success look like? How can you look back and say, this was a success, it's worked. For me, success will look like this. In 3 years' time, this is how B Corp should look like. So I started the presentation with that first slide, which was all the brands all over the place. In 3 years' time, this is how it should look like. We would have a retail and food business that is listed. I don't rule out the fact that maybe retail and food will be under one division later in the future, because there's a fine line between both those businesses. We could potentially see one day a retail and food business being combined that holds our retail business, our food business. I said that Hartana, that's a code name that we have given, but this will be the pure play real estate entity after all the restructuring and legal entity rationalization is done. And then in hospitality, where we would just be purely a REIT, a real estate investment trust, which owns 5-star hotels, which is managed by somebody else. So we're no longer going to be owning and operating. So when that happens, our manpower costs would reduce substantially, because we no longer they won't longer be under our P&L. And then under services, we would have the environment business, which one day I would like it to be listed because it's in a very good space. And then Berjaya Digital as well. So this would be in 3 years' time how the group will look like. Very focused, very clear. They will all have their own individual management, their own CEOs, their own boards, and then ultimately all these 5 entities would be paying a dividend up to B Corp, which we will then have a recurring income coming in every year. Next. Okay, with that I end the presentation. That's just to put everything into context about how the group looks like today and what we're doing from now until about 3 years and how the group will look like in 3 years.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Jalil. That was truly a very transparent, and thank you for sharing all your experiences and knowledge and how you're going to basically transform the Berjaya Group. So we have a few questions here ready for you. Someone has asked, how can B Corp sell BToto without taking the takeover of BLAN when BLAN owns 40.5% direct controlling shares in BToto when B Corp only has 8.57% direct shares in BToto?
So that's where the legal entity rationalization would be done, right? So I said, in order for us to get to that in that position, we need to restructure a lot of the companies. So that's how it will be done. We're working out various permutations. It's not so clear cut. I've looked at various drafts, but we will eventually get there. I think we'll share the details when we have decided. But we're well aware of that because of the convoluted shareholding structure. We need to untangle a lot of things before we get to that and be in a position to be able to sell. Which is why I said that that won't happen anytime soon. I think what we're focused on right now is to just get the legal entity rationalization done at the bottom level, more at the Philippine level, before we move up there.
Okay. So the next question is, Redtone, a well-managed subsidiary of BJ Corp, is there any plan to bring up the comp business to the next level? If yes, can you please give some insight to us as investors?
Yeah, so Redtone separately listed. I'm the deputy chairman there. I think we leave Redtone to be run the way it is. It has its own independent board. But I think Redtone is in a nice space because it's an MVNO. It's not the DG and Maxis of the world. And I think when we started, the company was always meant to be an MVNO. And I think several years on, I think that's the right decision, because if you're looking at what's happening with 5G right now, with Digital National running the infrastructure, that practically makes everyone in the country an MVNO. That makes Maxis an MVNO, Axiata an MVNO. So we're in that spot. But that's really not been our key focus to go in and compete with those big boys. What we have been doing and where the revenue has been growing for Redtone is really on the cloud computing, on doing the back-end infrastructure digitization work for companies. We do Wi-Fi wiring for business premises, for enterprises, cloud computing, Internet of Things, and doing all that, I guess, the unseen, less sexier stuff behind the scenes when it comes to telecommunications and everything. And that is where we have been growing and want to continue growing, because that brings recurring income. And for me, I think as a strategy, I'm very obsessed about that. I like companies that have recurring income. I do feel very uncomfortable with companies that has income that comes in a very choppy way. And we can't get rid of ourselves from that, because we do have the property company that would sell and we'll see income, and sometimes we won't see so much of income. But there's a need for other companies and other businesses to kind of balance that out. And that is where Redtone would be going. I think if you look at Redtone in the future, how it will look like is that it will be a very digitally centric kind of firm. and it's called Return Digital Berhad right now. We took out the telecommunications name to kind of reflect that sort of where it would going in terms of still being in the communication space, but a bit more digitally focused.
Okay. So on a side note, somebody said, did you realize that your son was behind you during your presentation? That was very cute.
Yeah, it's my daughter. Yeah, they always video bomb me all the time. Yeah, parents are working from home. Yeah.
Okay, so the next question is, what is your biggest challenge in changing a previously family-owned business into an institutionalized organization?
I think it's always the culture. Right? I say the easiest thing doing transformation is changing the business, right? Changing the business model, operating model is, I think, for me, the easiest part to do. The hardest would always be the cultural and mindset shift, right? And that's not going to happen overnight. That is something that is an internal propaganda that needs to be explained and communicated again and again and again, right? I send out CEO newsletters every month. I do town halls. I meet people. I help the same message again and again. So that's something that you just need to do over time. But I think most importantly is to institutionalize the firm. That it is moving from a firm where one person has made a decision into a firm where decisions are made in a much more structured way. Documented, communicated properly. With various permutations of risk and what can go wrong and what can go right and all that. So I think that is what I would like to leave behind. If when I'm no longer in the job, that is what I would like to leave behind. A firm that can, somebody that can come in to replace me and run the company seamlessly. And those are the processes I'm putting in place. I'm not, I don't like companies that walk, talk, and breathe the same way. And I think that's very unhealthy. For me, culture, the most important thing, culture is how people behave when nobody is looking. That is how you define culture, right? And for me, if all of them know exactly what the strategic goal of the company is and how I want them to move into that direction, then I think my job is done. But the journey there won't be done overnight, right? And I think I think there's an element of getting used to as well. I'm a lot more transparent. I'm a lot more forceful in certain things. So it's just something that people need to get used to, and I get used to it as well.
Okay. Next question is, what is your biggest? No, sorry. Any timeline or target period of the listing of U Mobile?
Well, U Mobile is not under B Corp, right? So I always say that the things that are not under B Corp that people always get confused about is 7-Eleven. It's not under B Corp. That's under Tan Sri Vincent personally. So and 7-Eleven owns Caring. So by virtue of that, 7-Eleven and Caring are out of B Corp. U Mobile is out of B Corp. The football clubs are out of B Corp. So U Mobile is what I understand is that I think we did on the private side, they did kind of look at listing it about 2 years ago. But at that point in time, we just felt the time wasn't right. But today it is EBITDA cash flow positive. It's a profitable company, and I think the time is right. Whether the market is prepared, given that it's been a bit weak, I'm not sure. But I think we are targeting maybe early next year to list it. Yeah.
Okay. Now the next question is, what is B Corp's plan to resolve the public share spread issue only 13.2% at Beeland? Is B Corp planning to take over balance of Beeland 13.2% minority shares?
Yeah, so we've got until, if I'm not mistaken, until December to resolve the free float. Look, I think I'll be very honest here. I think the company is really undervalued, and it's undervalued, and I'll be very blunt here, it's undervalued for a reason, right? Because I used to be a fund manager. I used to analyze companies for a living. And when I took on this job, and I had 8 months of discussion with Vincent, Vincent asked, as a fund manager, did you ever invest in B Corp or B Land? I said, never. I will never invest in it. Why? Because I don't understand what you have in it, right? You may have so many businesses. And that's why when I came in, I wanted to really be very transparent. What would B Corp own? Those 5 main sector groups. And then under B Land as well, we need to clean up because it's just too many moving parts in it. I think it's a lot more easier. My feel is for us to restructure if we take it off the market. So that could be potentially something that we may look at. Given that the shareholding structure and the number of companies in there is a bit convoluted. It's a bit. So we are also exploring potentially that. Yeah.
Okay. So as a local conglomerate with a strong voice, what has Berjaya done to help the current suffering by the people due to COVID-19?
Yeah, so every single month we give out nearly about we give out a lot of food baskets. I've stopped all other CSR activities since I joined, and I have said that the only CSR activity that we are going to do is giving out food baskets to people. And these are 100 ringgit food baskets that we give out, and it's very generous for 100 ringgit because we're able to source it much more efficiently. So you got eggs, rice, noodles, crackers, everything, cooking oil, everything. So it's generous enough to last a family of 4 for about 1 month, quite generously. And that we have been pumping that out as much as we can, right? So we give out several thousand bags on a monthly basis. We do what we can, but I have to be honest, we get inundated with requests for it, right? The situation is, I don't need to reiterate it. It is quite bad, and we do what we can. So I think for now, we support a few thousand households in terms of food bags, and we continue doing that. Our food business gives out and helps supports the frontliners in terms of meals. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, B Food supplies coffee to and donuts and snacks and food to all the frontline hospitals as well. And that's what we continue doing as well. So on the food business, we've been giving out food to the frontliners. And on the individual company level, we've kind of pooled everything and been giving out food baskets. Yeah.
I think we have time for a few more questions. The next one is, do you have a long-term monetization plan for Berjaya Digital? For example, IPO, stake divestment to strategic partners. And can you remind us what digital business that you own?
Okay. So what digital business that we own? We own actually 3 main businesses. So, I don't include Redtone in there because they're separately listed and they're quite big in that sense. But the ones under Berjaya Digital, the one that we have, the new holding company that we have incorporated is one is called NIS. NIS is called Natural Intelligence Solutions. It is a data analytics company. So what NIS does is an end-to-end. I chair NIS. It goes to companies and cleans the data, sorts the data, and then mines the data, builds digital dashboards, does the artificial intelligence, all the funky stuff. So a lot of their clientele are FMCGs, consumer companies. They kind of map how sales are for consumer companies, what our products are being sold, who are buying it, where is the area people are buying it. We do mapping for retail outlets where they should open shops and everything, and that is something that we have. It's profitability is there, a small profitability, but I want to take the company up, and they've been doing a lot of work for the Berjaya companies as well. The person who runs NIS, Dr. Farouk, is also the B Corp Chief Digital Officer. So that's one company. The other one is Be Infinite. Be Infinite is our loyalty card program. They're a bit like, I guess, if Touch and Go and Bonus Link were to get married, their child will look a bit like Be Infinite. So Be Infinite somewhere in the middle there. It's got 7 million user database. So there's a lot of room to monetize that further by way of a digital wallet and all that. So that's the second company that we have. And the third company that we have is the 49% stake we have in Razer Fintech, which does the fintech. A lot of questions I asked is, would Razer be doing digital banking license? I think we tried for the digital banking license in Singapore. We pulled out of it because the paid up capital requirement was too high at 1.5 billion. We looked at Malaysia. We also pulled out because I think it was a very, very crowded space. Given that only 5 licenses were being given, I think we had over 80 players kind of forming consortiums amongst themselves, and we just kind of couldn't really find a partner or a fit that we can play. But the fintech business as it is today does quite well. So we do the payment gateway for many of the outlets. So you don't see it upfront, but if you were to do an online transaction, the back end payment gateway of Razer, that is something that we do. The gross transaction value is pretty high and it's been improving, and we expect to make a profitability next year. So all these 3 companies are under Berjaya Digital. Do we plan to monetize it? Yes, eventually over time. How we plan to monetize it, I'm not really sure. I can't give an answer right now. But I think the whole idea we created Berjaya Digital is so that there is, if we need to bring in a venture capital partner or a strategic partner, they can come in at the individual company level, or they can come in at the Berjaya Digital level. And that's why we've kind of spun it out, put it a bit more separately to allow us that flexibility later on if we wanted to do any funding.
Okay. So I think we can basically answer one last question, which is, do you mind sharing what ESG initiatives are being taken by BJ Corp?
Okay. So, when you look at ESG, right, a lot of people focus on the E, a lot on the E, not so much on the S. So I think we want to look at it a lot more holistically. So obviously on the E, our environment business is for those who are in the environment business, you would know that our EnviroPark business, the way we run our landfill in Bukit Taga is like the Rolls-Royce standard of environment management, and we're very proud of that. It's a technology and a process that we have done very successfully and taken that out into Philippines. And then on the hotel business as well, we've been doing a lot more work on sustainability on the E side, in terms of rainwater harvesting, getting rid of our plastics, plastic usage. And plastic usage is something that we've been trying to get rid of across the group, not just within hospitality. And for me, that's the easy win there. And as we embark on digitalization, our paper usage and all that becomes a lot more lesser, right? On the S part, we do a lot of work with local communities in where we operate, Don't forget, we're not just here, but we're in many other countries as well. We're the largest hotel owner in Iceland, for example. We do a lot of community work in Iceland. In Redang and Tioman, for example, I think we're the largest employer there. And we do a lot of work with the social and with the local community there. And this is what I want our sustainability framework to kind of capture. And I think that question that you asked is the same question I asked my colleagues when I first joined. What do we do? And we do very good things in pockets and bits and pieces, but there is a need for us to bring everything together and kind of put it up as an overarching framework. So I think there's more work that we can do on ESG, and I admit we're not starting from zero. We're already there. But I always want the bar to be raised higher. I think in G as well, I think one thing I want to do is improve the governance of the company at the B Corp level, and also the transparency, the cross-holding structure and everything. And the fact I'm here talking to you and being quite transparent with it is also, for me, an improvement of the G aspect of it, right? So I look at it a lot more holistically. I think some people focus a lot on the E part, on ESG, you kind of lose focus on the S and the G. And I want that to be together. The S is a lot more pronounced now, obviously, during the pandemic. I think we're all asking ourselves, what is our social purpose as an entity? And I think we've kind of, over the last 6 months, really kind of found that purpose. The purpose is really to just let's help as many people as we can, and we standardize the help, right? We're just going to do this just to keep things going. And I think over time, we want to kind of have a proper overarching framework for that. So for me, it's not really doing complicated things. I think, the fancy answer would be that I want to sign up for UNPRI, do this, do that, and everything. I rather keep it real and do things that people feel the impact. I think giving out a food basket to people is a lot more satisfying for me. Being able to kind of do better things for the environment is also happy for me. But I think a lot of people don't know the stuff that we do on the S because we don't really talk about it. And this is something I've had a debate with internally, and I don't want to make a big fuss about it because I don't want to take joy in people's current misery right now. So I think we'll just keep that very private and do what we can. Yeah.
Okay, so this is not a question, but someone stated, this is hi Jalil, not much of a question, but hoping that Krispy Kreme will make its way to Penang.
Our food business is quite interesting, right? Because Starbucks initially, we thought that we would at 300 outlets, it would reach saturation stage. But today, it has surpassed 300 stores simply because we've tweaked formats. We've done drive-throughs. Drive-through has been incredibly popular, especially during this pandemic right now. And if you do follow me on social media, you would see that a lot of our new concepts in the food have been trying to do a drive-through, but putting all our brands together. So you have a Starbucks, you have a Krispy Kreme, and everything. And that's something that we are exploring. Penang is one place that we're exploring. So if it works, and yes, it will come through. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Jalil, for joining us today, and thank you so much for answering all the questions. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
You too. Thank you.
So yeah, thank you, and we'll see for the next session for everyone else. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the first virtual Bursa Marketplace Fair. We are glad to have you here. Please watch this short walkthrough video on how to navigate the virtual platform. You are now in the virtual event lobby where you can navigate to any part of the event. Here, we have our virtual exhibition hall with a lineup of all our exhibitors. This is our agenda for the day. Be sure to attend the sessions you're interested in. Our conference hall pages where you can navigate across pages or ask questions. Our speaker page with the lineup of all our distinguished speakers. Our event survey page. Be sure to fill this up during or after the event. And here is our giveaway room where you will be able to win amazing prizes through the giveaway and tournament. For the giveaway, just complete 2 mandatory tasks and a combination of 2 of the additional tasks to stand a chance to win. For the tournament, participate in all the 7 quizzes and stand a chance of winning 500 ringgit, 300 ringgit, or 200 ringgit. Let's return back to the exhibitors. Here, you can chat, video call, or meet up with our exhibitors. Below, you will find all the relevant information from about to contact details and their wide range of resources. To participate in the chat, please click on the chat button. This will send a request to the exhibitors to accept your chat. Once the chat has been accepted, it will appear in your direct messages where you can chat, have a one-on-one video call, and get the representative's details. In your briefcase, you will find all your bookmarked resources and the contact details that you have saved. Be sure to always look at our announcements for the latest happenings. We hope you have a wonderful event.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our next speaker today is Mr. Lim Cheong Guan, who is the Executive Director of Top Glove Corporation Berhad, and he will be sharing some interesting insights on the world's largest glove maker. Take it away, Mr. Lim.
Thank you, Shasha, for the introduction. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome, and thank you for investing your valuable Saturday afternoon by joining Top Glove corporate presentation. We'd like to thank Bursa Malaysia for organizing this event and giving Top Glove the honor to present in this first virtual Bursa Marketplace Fair. Thank you. It is a practice in Top Glove that all our meetings or presentation, so either internal or external, we will start with this slide as a reminder to all of us the importance of good business ethic, of honesty, integrity, and transparency. So we believe that having the good business ethics is key to success of the company. So please join me to do this. We call it our business ethic labs. Thumbs up, ready, 1, 2, 3. Top love, top honesty, top integrity, top transparency. Quality, quality, quality. Also, we have this slide as well to remind us again the importance of being healthy, to keep healthy, especially during this period. So once again, join me. Thumbs up. Ready, 1, 2, 3. Top love, clean well, eat well, work well, exercise well, sleep well. Healthy, healthy, healthy. Thank you. So Top Glove, we are the world's largest manufacturer of glove, currently with 100 billion pieces of glove capacity, and with customers in every country in this world, and supported by 22,000 employees. So we are listed in Bursa Malaysia and also the Singapore Stock Exchange as well, and with current market cap of around 31 billion. So Top Glove was founded by our executive chairman, Tan Sri Dr. Lim Wee Chai, in 1991. From a humble beginning with one second-hand production lines, but has grown to become the world's largest rubber glove manufacturer. When Tan Sri started the business in 1991, Top Glove, Tan Sri has named the company Top Glove, even though we may be one of the smallest, or we may be in the bottom of the industries as well, but Tan Sri has named it Top Glove. But with strong determination to build Top Glove to be the top in the world. So Top Glove has grown the business leaps and bounds to become the world's largest natural rubber glove manufacturer in 2004, and world largest surgical glove in 2018, and in 2020 we became the largest nitrile glove manufacturers as well. We are listed in Bursa Malaysia in 2001 and secondary listing in SGX in 2016. So as a global leader, our gloves are available in every country in the world. We have our distribution hubs in the US, Germany, Brazil, Thailand, Vietnam, China, and we head office in Malaysia. So of the total sales, 18% is to North America, 21% to Western Europe, 18% to Eastern Europe, Asia, Japan 20%, Japan 8%, Middle East 5%, Africa 1%, and Latin America 9%. So comparing with last year, if we look at the 9 months comparison, so the sales to all regions has grown significantly due to the strong demand during this pandemic period. So with 42% growth that we have seen in Western Europe, 29% growth in Eastern Europe, and 22% in Asia, Japan, and 20% growth in Latin America. Whereas in the US, we do see the decline of 15%. So this is mainly due to the US custom border and protection withhold release order on Top Glove Malaysia that we are facing now, where we are unable to export gloves to US from Malaysia temporarily. We are unable to export the glove from Malaysia to US. However, the export from Thailand, Vietnam, and China to the US are not affected. And now from the earlier slide on our export market, there are still a lot of opportunities to grow and capture more market shares. especially the developing countries, as glove usage is still relatively low. If we look at the glove consumption per capita, we can see the big difference in the glove usage for the developed countries and also for the developing countries. In the developed countries, countries like United States use 300 pieces per capita. Germany was 208 pieces, United Kingdom 180 pieces, Japan 133 pieces. Whereas if you look at the developing countries, so the three example there is all below 10 pieces per capita. And comparing, if you compare the in terms of population, developing countries as shown on the right hand side here. So developing countries has the highest population, and this means there is a lot of opportunities, a lot of growth opportunities in terms of glove usage. We expect awareness of glove usage in developing countries will be higher, especially with this recent COVID pandemic. With the healthcare workers during this period realize the importance of using the glove in addition to the face mask, because glove is also one of the necessity items to protect their life. So good chances that after the pandemic as well, glove usage, especially for those first-time users, that they will continue to use the glove as well. Next, in terms of the glove type, so we are well diversified. Well diversified where we have a balanced split between the synthetic nitrile glove and natural rubber glove. As it's important to have this different products mix, because different glove type is tailor-made, or is rather not tailor-made, is actually will be for the different market preference. With our various products mix, we can meet all the requirements in countries, developed countries or developing countries. So currently, nitrile glove is the largest segment at 43%, mainly used in the developed countries, whereas the latex powder-free glove at 23% and latex powder glove at 22%, which latex powder glove will be mainly for the developing countries. So with our products mix of this nitrile latex glove, we can cover the requirements of those in the developing countries. We also have this vinyl glove, which is currently 10% of our products mix, mainly for the non-medical sector usage, and surgical glove as well, which is at 2%. And this slide here shows the cost of production and the raw material price trend. So if you look at the pie chart in terms of the cost components of the glove, raw material make up 53% of the cost of production, which currently is the highest compared with earlier stage when this raw material is only around maybe 45% of the total cost of production. That is mainly because the raw material has actually moved up significantly, especially the nitrile raw material. So if you look at the graph on the right hand side here, we can see that the nitrile raw material has gone up significantly. Mainly there was also the period where demand for glove also has increased significantly as well. So there is a shortage of the nitrile raw material, and with a strong demand as well, so the prices, demand supply situation, so the prices has actually gone up. And but what we do expect the price to come down, mainly because the glove selling price is actually also on the adjustment normalizing trend as well. So we do expect that the raw material price to be also moving downwards as well going forward. Same as well for the natural rubber raw material as well. So we expect that it will be also on the downtrend. And next is on the glove, our ongoing expansion plan. So as you are aware, all the glove manufacturers in the industry has been doing very well past 1 year, and we do take note that potentially a lot of new capacity will come out the next 1 or 2 years, as existing players expanding and new players also come in as well. So potentially may lead to some oversupply situation or oversupply concern. So we do take note, monitor the market situation. As for Top Glove, we do not only expand during good time or during any pandemic, and stay stagnant during difficult time. But for the past 30 years, Top Glove has been expanding its production capacity every year. So during good time, we expand more. during more challenging time, we may slow down or we may expand lesser. But every year there will be a new production capacity from Top Glove, mainly because the global demand continue to grow every year. So we to capture bigger market shares as well, we do expand our capacity yearly. So currently, we have the capacity. We are at 100 billion pieces of glove capacity, and for balance of this 2021, so there will be additional 5 billion pieces coming up, and that will put us at 105 billion pieces by end of 2021. So for 2022, the additional capacity will be 27 billion pieces or 26% growth, and that will be from mainly from Malaysia, and also we have the expansion from Vietnam as well. In 2023, additional 26 billion pieces from Thailand, Vietnam, and Malaysia. And in 2024, we have additional 33 billion pieces or 21%. That is with a target of by end of 2024, we will have 191 billion pieces of glove by then. Our expansion plan will continue to monitor the supply-demand situation, so and adjust the expansion plan accordingly. So as we expand, so we continue to invest in the latest technology in all our manufacturing facilities. We have a strong R&D and a big R&D team. Currently, Top Glove, we have 10 R&D centers with 7 R&D centers in Malaysia. We have 2 in Thailand and 1 in China. And also this R&D center, we have 1,250 R&D research personnel, including 38 PhD holders and 130 master degree holders. So R&D is to focus on the research to incorporate more advanced technology and digitalization in the products and process innovation. So this to ensure meeting our directions of producing consistently high quality glove at efficient low cost. And as shown in the picture above as well, so there are a lot of automated process being applied in this glove production, including using artificial intelligence such as the artificial intelligence vision camera to detect defective glove, instead of in the past used to be workers manually doing it. So all this advanced technology has enabled us to reduce the manpower requirement from 4.0 workers per million pieces of glove in 2010 to around 1.6 workers per million pieces of glove in 2021, and there is a reduction of 60%. So we look at this improvement. So glove manufacturing is no longer a labor-intensive industry. A wrong perception for some people, or that was in the past. Yes, it's a labor-intensive, but with all this advanced technology, all that being used in the glove production, so it's no longer a labor-intensive industry. But we do have many workers. We do have large employees, mainly because of our big capacity. So with our production of 100 billion pieces production, so we need the number of workforce required as well. And but the number of workforce required is reducing for every new factories, meaning the incremental requirement is reducing as we set up new factories. The manufacturing process are much more automated. So with this ongoing expansion, which we are mainly focusing also in Malaysia as well, so we are creating more jobs opportunities for Malaysian, with the production process more automated and incorporating all this artificial intelligence. So less manual workforce required. So we are going more towards employing more skilled workers, such as the technical and vocational workforce. So in total, in 2021, so our target is to recruit 9,000 Malaysians, made up of the experienced staff graduate around 2,500. So for TVET or local workers of 4,500. Intern target around 2,000 intern. So total is 9,000 together in terms of the workforce. So these job opportunities are created by Top Glove for the Malaysians, help to reduce some of these issue currently in Malaysia, where some people may lost their jobs because of this prolonged COVID situation. But Top Glove, as we are expanding every year, so we continue to look for create more job opportunities for Malaysia. And in Top Glove as well, we always prioritize the healthy lifestyle of our employees. So as we believe health is wealth, so we have a big team of 41 wellness team as of June. We have these 41 personnel. So all these 41, 27 of it is medical professional, where we have 10 medical doctors, we have 1 dentist, we have 2 mental health counselor, so medical assistants, assistant pharmacists as well. And also we have 11 wellness professional, which consists of 7 nutritionists. We have 1 dietitian as well. Then 3 fitness professional. So we have a gym, so we have a full-time trainer, and with also the assistant as well. So this is to ensure that we have not just recruiting a large workforce as well, so our employees are also in the healthy situation as well. So next, on the issue of this US CBP issue, where I mentioned earlier, so temporarily currently we can't the export from Malaysia to the US. So on the 11th force labor indicators relating to this US CBP WRO, we call it withdrawal release order, we wish to update that based on the verification carried out by the international consultant Impact from UK, so we have received the all green reports. All green reports as at April 2021. So there is no longer element of these forced labor indicators present in Top Glove. So we have submitted this report to the US CBP in mid of April, so for their review. And we hope that the withhold release order from issued by this CBP can be updated sooner, so that Top Glove can export the glove to US from Malaysia. So this slide here show our report card, which is our performance for the past 20 years since we are listed in 2001. So for the past 20 years, we have grown exponentially with the compounded annual growth rate of 28% for revenue, and for PAT is 37%. So it means for Top Glove, we double our size. Almost like every 3 years, we will double our size. So that's the CAGR for the past 20 years since our listing. So, but do take note, the 2021 results here is based on the Bloomberg FY 2021 consensus numbers. So those numbers are not from Top Glove own projection, but it's based on the Bloomberg consensus numbers. So even if you assume the excluding this exceptional good results during this pandemic period, which is 2020 or 2021, so we still show a strong CAGR as well, revenue and PAT of around 18 years CAGR of 22%, assuming we exclude the 2 years, and our rest for PAT is 19%. So it's still a strong growth as well in the CAGR without this pandemic effect. But then over the 20 years period, so definitely there is years that we have this normal business operation. We do have challenging period as well, and also we have, I think, past 20 years we may have also 2 or 3 pandemics as well past 20 years. So overall 20 years period, if you look at it, the CAGR is 28% and PAT is 37%. So the strong growth, we managed to achieve these good results. Mainly, if you look at on the right hand side, these are the factors attributed that we managed to deliver good results. Glove, firstly, the industry that we are in, the products that we are in, the business we are in, glove is an essential item in the healthcare industries. So good time, bad time, so the usage is required, especially in the healthcare industries. In fact, during the difficult time, during the pandemic period, usage even much more. So, and demand continued to grow which we estimated 8 to 10%. That was pre-pandemic, and we expect that post-pandemic, glove usage it will be even higher, especially also the usage in the developing countries where healthcare spending is lower. It will definitely increase over the years, and also as the standard of living of people in those developing countries increase. So we do expect the healthcare spending increase, glove usage will also increase. And we continue to grow. We currently expand every year, and also with this different glove product range as well. So that enable us to tap into these growth opportunities in the various countries. And I think more importantly is also people be able to achieve this good result is because we have a strong team of good leadership and also committed employees as well that enable us to grow. So not just we talk about work hard, work smart, but I think in this challenging environment, business environment is challenging. It will be going to be more challenging going forward as well. So what is required is not just work hard, work smart. We always remind ourselves that we have to work harder and also smarter as well to ensure we can deliver the good results. So in terms of good financial results for the past 20 years as well, and this is also reflected in our good returns to our shareholders. Shareholders that which assuming you have stayed with us since our IPO in 2001. At that time, the IPO price was 270. But then with the few rounds of the share bonus issue and also share split, so the price is only 2 cents, equivalent to current price is 2 cents, from 270 to become 2 cents. So 20 years period, that actually gives you a return of 20,000%, which is 206 times a return over a 20 years period. So however, if you take so for your investment, understand the potential of Top Glove going forward, the people that managing it, and you have to take a mid or longer position to realize your investment. However, if you take a speculative or short-term investment, short-term view investment, so whether you invest in Top Glove or invest in any companies as well, most of the time you may not get the desired return, or you may be losing as well. But important is to understand the company, understand the business they are in, understand the people behind it, and take a mid or longer time as well. So that should give you a good return in your investment. And also with good shareholders return, good return as well. So we also give good dividend to our shareholders. As Top Glove, we are considered a high growth company. We also consider a high dividend company. So if you look at our 9 months period, we have in total dividend of 59.7 cents, 59.7 cents, and that is a growth of increase of 406% from last year 2020 and 12 months 2020. So this is only 9 months, is 59.7 cents. And recently, the third quarter, which the dividend was paid on the 7th of July. So we have a payout ratio of 71%, which make out of 18 cents per share. And going forward as well, these coming quarters, we are still committed with the 20% special dividend as the board has committed from the second quarter to fourth quarter of this financial 2021. So the total dividend for this fourth quarter will be 70%. So it has been a rewarding and challenging past 1 year for us, or even the past 20 years as well, in which we have delivered strong performance, although we had expected to be even better. As we see profit as increasingly linked with our purpose. So we aspire to be the glove manufacturers of choice of our customers, which is driven by the integration of sustainability into every aspect of our business. But this doesn't mean that we put profit will take a back seat. We recognize that creating both financial and social value is the way forward. So aspire to be a model of the best practices as we work towards becoming the best company we can be. So we are mindful. There is much more to do, and look forward to your support as we continue our exciting journey to deliver profit with a purpose, and in so doing, realize our full potential. So with that, I will end my presentation. Thank you, everyone, and I will hand over to the MC to conduct the Q&A session. Thanks. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lim. Okay, so the first question that the viewers have is, what is your view on the potential competition from China manufacturers and newcomers?
As shown in our slide earlier in terms of the expansion, so we do see that when during good time, there will be more players in the market, new players or existing players as well that will come out to expand. So we will monitor the situation. We do see that China, there are two players very active, expanding as well. We'll see what is their expansion plan, and from there we also monitor our own expansion as well. As you have seen earlier as well, we are expanding every year, and we'll continue to expand. Competition is expected, especially after a past 1 year of good results. So we do expect competition and possible challenging time. Possible that coming next 1-2 years will be also a challenging time as well. Potential oversupply situation as well, and we look at it this way, that challenging time is also a good time for us as well, because with the past 1 year good performance, so we have actually delivered a good performance and created a good reserve as well to face the challenging time. And challenging time, it can be an opportunity time for us. Opportunity time for us to, in addition to our organic capex, opportunity time for acquisition as well to further strengthen our position.
Okay. So another person asked, what differentiates Top Glove from their competitors?
Yeah, I think as you've seen, most of the major competitors started this business in 1991, almost the same year as Top Glove. So started in 1991. But what differentiates is that we have expanded much faster with the good, strong team, good leadership from Tan Sri Lim as well, our founder. So we have expanded to become the world largest glove manufacturers. So in addition as well, if you look at our products mix, I showed you the products mix. We go on a diverse products mix, a products mix that we can meet the requirement of players, of customers in the developed countries or developing countries. So if strong demand in developed countries, we have our Nitra glove, and also potential future growth as well in the developing countries. We have also our latex powder glove. For example, during this period where the cases of COVID is still happening in developing countries, where the vaccine rollout is slower compared with this in developed countries. So we see the demand for this latex glove is still very strong. Latex powder glove is still very strong. Whereas for Nitra glove, we do see the adjustment towards the normalizing trend, because the vaccine rollout is much more in those countries. So it's good, like in our case. So we proud that we have this good direction of various products mix that we can meet our customers' requirements.
Okay, so what is the status of the CBP withhold release order, and what is the expected timeline for the US WRO to be lifted?
Yeah, on the CBP withhold release order, and as this cover up as shown in our slide as well. Just hold on, I just move on to the
No worries.
slide. Yeah, this slide here. So we have actually got the verification done by the independent auditor. So as shown here, so there's no longer any systemic forced labor issue in Top Glove. We are clean, and we have submitted to the CBP for their review. So we hope that they will uplift it soonest, and especially we have got all this all green, we call this all green or 11A report. So we hope that this the WRO withhold release order can be uplifted soonest.
Okay, I see. And how about the Top Glove's share price is on the declining trend? What is your view on Top Glove's share price at the moment?
Yeah, I think if you look at the past 20 years, I think I mentioned about our report card. So 20 years, 206 times, 206 times in terms of depreciation. Of course, we have gone through a very strong good period for the past 1 year. The share price has gone up to exceptionally high, and currently we do see the normalizing trend and adjustment lower. But I think what is important is for the investors. So we encourage investors to look at the mid or the long-term view on the investment, especially for Top Glove as well. Our business carry on ongoing, and also demand continue to be very strong as well. So do not take a short-term view or a speculative view, because if you look at the business as well, as long as we grow the business, continue to deliver good results, good time will come. Good time will come as well. So it's the same as we always remind ourselves, our staff as well. So during good time, do prepare and do expect that difficult time will come. Do not be too happy when there's a good time, and during difficult time as well, challenging time as well, don't have to be too sad as well. I think if you look at the cycle, good time will come again, and then sometimes good time is also time where we have to create a reserve, prepare for the challenging time, and it's also challenging time is also opportunity time for us to further expand our business. So take a mid or long-term view, and you should be happy with your investment.
So one asked, I have read recently that Top Glove was excluded from the FTSE for Good ESG indexes, and why is that?
Yeah, I think usually correct. We have been excluded from this FTSE for Good index, and but it doesn't reflect accurately on the actions, the improvement that we have done in terms of this ESG aspect, and we are determined to be back into FTSE for Good. I think we need to address the concern of this FTSE for Good in terms of why we are excluded from the index. But if you look at the scoring, Top Glove position, if you look at this scoring in this FTSE for Good scoring ratings, so if you look at the Top Glove, for example, is overall rating, Top Glove is scored 3.1. This is the latest rating as at 21st of June. And we scored 3.1, so it's above the industry as well. Industry healthcare is only 2.2, and if you look at environment aspect, we scored 2.2, 2.9. In the industry average is only 1.2, which is healthcare industry or medical supplies. It's only 1.2, so we are almost double or triple of the industry average. Social, we are 2.4. No doubt we have issue on the social issue past 6 months, which we have also addressed it as well. So we are still above the industry average as well, 2.4, and in terms of governance, 4.1. So it's also above industry average as well. So overall, if you look at in terms of the ratings, the points as well, we are actually above the industry average. We may be excluded from the FTSE for Good index series, but we will definitely work towards it to ensure that we are back into the index. As what we have done also, we have also declared 2021 as well, the year of ESG in Top Glove as well, so that this again to remind everyone that the importance of the ESG aspect, So we always also say that doing well by doing good. So by doing good in all these aspects of ESG, so we should do well as well in our business.
Okay. And what is the current order book and ASP trend at the moment?
The ASP trends, if you look at in terms of the ASP trends or order book as well, as we see the roll compare with last year, definitely the delivery time lead time is also shorter. As is also shorter compared last time. Last year, we have seen that delivery time was actually like almost like 500-600 days as well during the peak of COVID and when vaccine was not rolled out yet. So there is also during the time there's also uncertainty and panic situation and customers may be also double, triple orders as well. So we do see the lead time is much longer. And currently, we are seeing towards normalization, the normalization in terms of the order book, and also in terms of the ESP as well. ESP has gone through, in our case, it has gone through the peak in February this year, and also we are seeing that ASP is also gradually on the downtrend. But again, because of our products mix, where we have the glove that we can sell to developed countries, developing countries. Currently, developing countries demand is still very strong. That is why good for us. We have this the latex, natural rubber latex powder glove, which still have a good lead time and also a good pricing as well.
Okay. So the next question, I'm actually quite curious about this as well. Are the glove factories located within the EMCO areas in Selangor allowed to operate? And what is the impact of the recent EMCO to your operation?
Yeah, good questions. If you look at in terms of our operation, so we are located. We have factories. We are located in Malaysia. In Malaysia also we have factories in various states. In various states, Selangor. We have in other states as well, and we also have factories in other countries as well. So that at least mitigated the issue. So we do have majority. I must say that our factories are in the states of Selangor. Selangor, we have like almost 50% of our capacity is actually located in Selangor. So during this EMCO, recent EMCO, so we are not allowed to operate in Selangor. Not just top glove, the medical glove has been excluded this time. In the previous MCO, past MCO 1, 2, 3. So medical glove manufacturers, as an essential service, we are actually allowed to operate. But recently, the EMCO, we have been excluded. We are not allowed to operate. So that in top glove situation, it affects around 50% of our capacity.
Okay.
And I think that is on the top glove. And if you look at Malaysia as a whole, in terms of the export of glove to globally, so Malaysia, I think, supply almost 60% of the global supply in terms of glove. And majority of these are actually located in Selangor. I think possible maybe 50%, around 50% of the global supply actually came from Selangor as well. So with this situation, actually it affect the glove supply from this medical glove supplying to these our global customers, countries, or even in Malaysia as well. It may affect the supply. So coming back to the earlier questions where mentioned about the lead time, the ASP as well. I think the reason EMCO, because of the temporary stoppage of the production for this glove manufacturer, potentially it may again create some shortage in supply. And as I mentioned earlier, prices was on the gradual declining trend. But with this situation, it may hold on. The prices may hold on as well. And we hope that this situation, the COVID situation in Selangor will improve, so that we can glove manufacturers, medical glove manufacturers, resume its operation. Of course, we have to ensure a strict adherence to the SOP as well when we continue to run the production lines.
Okay. So after the WRO being uplifted, are US customers still keen to do business with Top Glove at the moment?
Yeah, should be. The WRO issue is a temporary setback to us. So currently we are unable to export from Malaysia to US. But our operation, our factories in Thailand, our factory in Vietnam, China, no issue. They still can continue to sell to our customers in US. And once it's updated, WRO is updated with our good relationship with our customers. So we don't foresee as an issue in terms of customers continue to buy glove from Top Glove. We have a big capacity. We have also diverse product range that we can meet their requirements. And also in fact, once it's updated as well, I think we can be considered as one of the few or the only glove manufacturers that meet all we call it the all green, comply with all the all green requirements in terms of this forced labor issue, ILO issue that the CBP that is focusing on. So we are one of those that have all this all green. So customers should not have issue to continue to buy from Top Glove.
Okay. So what is Top Glove's view on the potential profit margins post-COVID? Will it normalize at pre-COVID levels or will it increase?
Yeah, I think in terms of the situation-wise, if you look at the post-COVID, or rather during the pre-COVID, COVID and post-COVID, during the COVID period, we do see the strong improvement in terms of our performance as well as we shown in this graph here as well, and of course we are not saying that these are sustainable. These are sustainable kind of margin. Definitely, normalization will happen as well. But at least the industry that we are in, glove industries, and with our good team as well, we able to achieve this kind of all-time high good performance. I think if we look at our Q2 results of profit after tax of 2.2 billion, I believe that is the highest profit after tax that achieved by any listed company in Malaysia. So we are happy that we have created this record, but we have to also accept the fact as well that things will normalize. And margin-wise, if you look at in terms of margin-wise, potentially it may be higher than the pre-COVID period. That's mainly because of the user group has actually much bigger user group because of there is more new users during this period, COVID period. And from our past experience as well, they will continue to use glove because glove is a necessity items. So they'll continue using it, and as long as demand growth is there, of course the supply will come in as well. So margin wise, we will then look at the demand supply situation.
Okay. And what is the status of the HKEX listing at the moment?
Yeah, in terms of the Hong Kong listing, so it's currently in progress. And currently being reviewed by the regulators in Malaysia and in Hong Kong as well. In terms of our submission, so I think the reason we wanted to go for our listing is to be enable our shareholders to be also in the market that is a much active market as well. In addition to where we are currently in Bursa Malaysia and also in this Singapore Stock Exchange.
Will the group continue with the special 20% dividend after 4Q FY21?
In terms of dividend, I think let me go to the slide in terms of the dividend slides here. So The 20% special dividend, as what the board committed, is for a period of second quarter to fourth quarter in terms of the special dividend. We have this dividend policy. Minimum there will be 50%. So this 20% is second quarter, fourth quarter, and the board will make a decision this coming quarter as well, whether to continue with this 20% dividend. But otherwise, if you look at from the past as well, the 50% is there since we have this dividend policy 2013. So we have been declaring minimum 51%, and also there are years that is above 51% as well.
And how do you expect raw materials prices to trend going forward?
Let me look at this slide for raw material price. I think the price, it's just like the glove selling price. Because of the strong demand during this pandemic period, the glove selling price has actually moved up, and in terms of the raw material as well, because demand was strong, glove demand was strong there. So demand for raw material also has increased significantly due to the shortage. It has gone up, but it should come down with the if you look at from the peak to where July pricing is, actually came down by around 10%, and going forward it will come down as well. There may be some lag in terms of raw material price and glove pricing. Like for example, the glove prices actually move up much earlier, raw material price move up later. So when the glove prices coming down, raw material price will come down. Maybe there's a lag of around 3 months time lag. So it will come down. It will come down in terms of this nitrile, even natural rubber as well. Especially nitrile, our suppliers, with the past 1 year of strong demand as well. Supplier also doing expanding in terms of their nitrile raw material capacity as well. Even Top Glove, we are also in the process of constructing our own nitrile raw material plant. Target completion will be the second half of 2022. We start off with a smaller scale, gradually increase it, so that at least some of this nitrile raw material we can actually supply internally, as what we have done in the natural rubber raw material, natural rubber latex as well, that we have our 2 plants in Thailand supply around 60% of our requirement. So the same as well for this nitrile raw material. So we start small and gradually expand, but eventually will be still supply maybe half of our requirements only. We still want to work with our suppliers as well, continue with our suppliers in terms of these raw material requirements.
Okay. There's a question as well that I see here. I have seen a few viral videos on Top Glove recently. Is that true?
Yeah, I think yeah, this what we have seen past maybe few weeks. I think viral video all this with this technology of good technology in terms of all this communication. So it's really very common nowadays. So not just viral video on Top Glove. I think it can be on any issue as well, whether on an individual or even companies or even countries as well. So what I will say is that it's important for us to verify the content. So in terms of this, to be cautious in terms of all these viral videos. So there may be some may be true, some may not be true. Then it's good, especially those on Top Glove. You know, if you watch it, whether it's true or not, you can verify through our social media platform. We have a social media platform such as Facebook or Twitter. You can actually access to that and to verify whether those viral video are true or not.
Okay, thank you for being so transparent. Another question is Top Glove planning to vaccinate its employees, and when is this expected to be completed?
Yeah, we are currently working with the MITI and also the other authorities as well to kickstart this vaccination on our employees. We have 10,000 workforce in Malaysia alone. So we are working with authorities, and we hope that this can be done soon as possible as well.
Okay. I think we have time for a few more questions. The next question is, what do you think contributed to the success of Top Glove with such good return to shareholders for the past 20 years?
Yeah, I think this question, I let me go to the slide. Sorry, this slide here. Yeah, I think as I've shared here, I think firstly in terms of the success is mainly the business that we are in, and also in terms of our expansion as well. So expansion to capture more market shares every year that we are expanding to capture more market shares. And also attributed, I think people is very important. The people, strong leadership, good leadership, and also the committed employees, which enable us to continue to deliver good results, and also not just delivering good results during good time. Good time, I believe, any glove manufacturers also can deliver good results. You have average performance. If you have this good during good time, definitely you will do well. But I think what is important is during challenging time as well. During challenging time that we continue to deliver good results. If you look at in terms of our performance record, we have been delivering profit in a profit position since our listing in 2001. During the past 20 years, definitely there are period of good time, there are period of challenging time as well. But every year, I would say that it has been on a positive position. So thanks to our good team of our leadership, and also in terms of our committed employees.
Okay, the next question is, the labor and worker costing is causing a lot of issues. So instead of SBB, has Top Glove thought of using the cash to invest in automation machines to solve this issue?
Yeah, and in terms of the costing wise, I think as shown earlier, the costing wise, the around 53% will be the raw material, and the rest is the other variable costs, such as the energy cost, the labor cost, all that. Yeah, definitely we have actually invest a lot on all these the automation. If you look from the picture here as well, that in terms of the production process, is actually a lot of automation being done. And in the past, like for example, automated stripping, these are currently using the robotic arm. Since 2013, that is starting to use robotic arm as well. In the past, used to be manually stripped. So if you produce say 1 billion pieces a month, you need to pull out from the mold 1 billion times. So right now, all this automation as well, it can strip the glove automatically. You don't need any manpower requirement as well. So, and it works 24 hours a day. There is no requirement of a toilet break as well. So very efficient. So we'll continue to invest. That is why we have this set up this R&D center, and currently we have 10 R&D center. We have in Malaysia, in Thailand, in China as well. Continue to invest in R&D, also with all these researcher, PhD holders, all that, to ensure that going forward, the manpower requirement is lesser. We still need manpower, employee, definitely we still need it, but the type of employment and natures will be different as well. We will require more skilled employees rather than the manual workforce. That is why we also set a target of recruiting more people and job opportunities for more Malaysian as well, recruiting all these TVET and graduates as well. So to grow with Top Glove as we continue to expand, so there will be definitely more job opportunities for everyone going forward.
Okay. So is there any plan for Top Glove to divest away from non-glove manufacturing businesses?
Our core business is still glove. We are still focused on glove, and currently we do have also we have also some of the healthcare items, such as the dental dam. We have some specific dental dam, which is mainly for the dental industries, and also we have this condom, small investment in condom business, and also personal hygiene such as hand sanitizer. We have also a face mask as well, our production. So, but these are small. So going forward, definitely, one of the reason that we look at in terms of our listing in Hong Kong is also to in addition to raise fund, but we also look at business opportunity of expanding opportunities. With our present there, we can actually expand our business opportunities. That anything related to healthcare related business, which also we can also tap into our large customer base because we already have our customer base in almost every countries in the world. So any healthcare related business tap into the existing customer range to distribute products. So these are the business opportunity we would like to continue to expand. So just glove itself is good, but it's not good enough. We have a very big dream to become Fortune Global 500 companies in 2030. So we need to expand. We need to expand our business, not just glove. We have to continue to expand and look at other business opportunities as well.
Okay. I think we have time for one more question. And this person asks, share with us how are we still very on track on becoming a Forbes 500 company, or is there any delay in the HK listing because of this whole COVID?
Yeah, the listing is not delayed. Currently is the review by the regulators. So in terms of the setting the target direction of Fortune Global 500 by 2030, we know it's very challenging. We know it's very challenging that, as I mentioned, just relying on glove alone, it's not sufficient, and we have to continue to look at other expanding existing business glove, and also look at other related business as well. But it's good as well that usually we set a more challenging target as well. A more challenging target, at least all of us will work towards this target. And it may be difficult, but with commitment, everyone, we assuming we can't meet the target that we set. At least we must have moved ahead in terms of close to those targets. Rather than you set a easy target and once you reach it, everyone will slow down and enjoy. But we always set a challenging target. It's just that earlier stage we set a target of capturing 30% global market shares as well in I think the time was 2015 or 2020. But we did manage to achieve it as well. But what it means is also that that we need to continue to expand. We may not achieve the target, but we continue to move forward to ensure that we are in the correct direction in achieving our dreams.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Lim, for sharing us your knowledge and being so transparent with us today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your presentation. And truly, I think this was a very interesting session. And I hope you enjoy your weekend, for the rest of your weekend.
Thank you for hosting this event as well. Wish everyone stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Stay safe and stay healthy. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. It's great to have you here again for our last session of the day. So now let's listen from Amirul Husaini of Bursa Malaysia, who will share about Bursa Marketplace and why this is the only tool that you need to start your stock investment journey.
Hi, Sasha. Thank you for the brief introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Amirul. I am from Bursa Malaysia. So today I will be the speaker for this session. And today we're going to talk about Bursa Marketplace and why it is the only tool you need to start your stock investment journey. So before we begin, this is not in any means an exercise to provide you with any stock tips. So the example that I will show here is purely for educational purposes only. So let's get to know about Bursa Marketplace. What is Bursa Marketplace exactly? So basically, Bursa Marketplace is Malaysia's complete share investment portal for you to learn, try and apply. So you must be wondering what is to learn, try and also what is to apply in Bursa Marketplace. So in Bursa Marketplace, we always emphasize on these three boxes. So under Learn, we have a repository of tons of education materials that you can refer to, and also event section where you can attend events for free. And then after you've learned, then you have some basic about stock market. You may try our tools that we have on Bursa Marketplace, for example, like Stock Screener. In the later slide, I will explain more further about the tools that we have and how this tool can help you make an informed decision in the market. And then finally, you apply all your learnings and apply your strategies in this apply section where we provide you a virtual trading platform that you can play with. So first, we need to start by learning. So under Bursa Marketplace, we have a Bursa Academy. So under Bursa Academy, we have tons of articles and videos and also e-courses for you to partake. So if you are beginner, intermediate or advanced, there's always something for you in Bursa Academy. First, you can always read all the articles and education materials that we have under Bursa Academy. So for example, if you are a beginner, you can always use the filter function here, where you can filter based on your level of experience. So if you are new in the stock market and you want to learn more about the fundamental of the stock market, you may choose a topic that is related to the beginners. And then it's not just articles or infographics. You may see or watch the videos that we have. The next one is the events. So if you are planning to have more engaging session, you may also attend our events that we have under Bursa Academy. So these events are provided to you by the brokers and also Bursa Malaysia. So if you have time and you want to learn, you can always refer to Bursa Academy, go to their event section and look for the topics that is relevant to you. And if you're interested to join, you may just register and it's free. So that is under Learn. So like I mentioned earlier, Bursa Marketplace is for everyone. Doesn't matter if you are beginner, intermediate, and or advanced. Under Learn, we cater for all of these categories. So if you are advanced, there are topics or education materials that are related to you. Same goes with the intermediate and also beginner. But the next one I would like to highlight is the trying part. So the trying part here is the tools. So I will highlight some of the core tools that may help you in your decision making in the market. So the first tool is called Stock Screener. So why do we need Stock Screener and what is Stock Screener? So basically, Stock Screener is a tool that basically screen your stock based on your criteria. And why do we need to use it? So imagine in Bursa Malaysia, we have over 900 plus stocks or companies. So you basically don't have much time to really look at each of the stocks. So with this stock screener, and based on your strategies or criteria, you may use this tool, and this tool will basically filter all the company based on your selection. So what are the things that you can screen under the stock screener that we have in Bursa Marketplace? The first one is Bursa Meets. So you can screen based on the stock that is under Bursa Meets program. Number two is the analyst recommendation. You can filter based on buy, outperform, hold, underperform, or sell. Number three is the industry or the sectors. So you may choose from industrial, healthcare, and many more. Number four is based on market cap. Number five is the share price. Number six is the PE and also PB value. And you may also screen based on 5 years EPS growth, dividend yield, 5 years dividend growth, dividend payout in percentage, and also alpha indicator. So as you can see here, there are a lot of filters that you can use, and based on your strategies, right? You may just use this stock screener. Just select your criteria, and this screener will help you to filter all of the stock based on the filter that you have selected before. It is actually easy to use this. How to use it? Simply go to Bursa Marketplace, select screener under our menu button, and then you select your criteria here. It will show you the result. So you can see here, out of 952 stocks, I only select one criteria, which is looking at the technology sectors. And out of 952, there are 91 falls under this criteria. So from the result, you may begin research more about this the stocks or the counters. So the next one is called alpha indicator, or I would call it as stock rating. So this is a very interesting and unique tools that we have in Bursa Marketplace. So basically, this tool, right, is basically having a set of team doing the work for you. What I mean is they will analyze the stock for you and give you the average score of this company, ranging from 1 until 10. I will explain further in the next slide. So this alpha indicator tools, right, is based on 5 key metrics. So they evaluate based on the first metric, which is number 1 is earning. Earning is when the company's reported quarterly or annual profit are above or below analyst expectation. Number 2, they analyze based on the fundamental, a combination of few factors, for example, like profitability, debt, earning qualities, and also dividend. Number 3 is the valuation. This involves a business valuation method that compares a firm value with its competitors or peers. Number 4 is the risk. It's measured by factors including volatility, magnitude of return, beta and correlation in the long and also short term. And finally is the momentum. Momentum here basically referring to the price momentum, whether it's fall or rise. So as you can see here, this alpha indicator summarize the fundamental and also technical analysis. So from the investor point of view, you may always refer to the average score here. So the positive number score of from 8 until 10. Neutral is 4 until 7. Negative 1 until 3. And the light gray indicates no rating at all. So how to use alpha indicator? Easy. Just go to Bursa Marketplace, select alpha indicator, choose your company, and you will see the result here. What is the average score? So if like the alternative way, if you don't really have the time to make further research on this certain stock, you may always refer to this alpha indicator tools and also this average score of this stock. So the next tool is called heat map. So basically, I always use this tool if I don't really have a time to look at the market. So in one view, they give you a visual on the market condition right now. So for example, right now, in this view, you will see a lot of green color boxes. So in a summary, I can summarize the market is good currently. So, okay, the color indicates certain meaning. So, for example, like the green color of these boxes indicates that the current price is higher against the previous price. The red color indicates that the current price is lower against previous closing price. And if there's no price changes, the stock is shown as gray. So, as you can see here, one of the stock here, Sapura Energy, the box color is green, and it basically tells you that the movement or of this price is basically higher than the previous price. I will explain further in terms of the sorting or the filter for this heat map in the next slide. So there are a total of 5 filters that you can choose for heat map tools. Number 1 is active. Active basically means how active the stock is being traded currently based on the volume traded in the stock. For example, if you see in the heat map, the boxes are bigger and it's green color. That means there are a lot of investors out there are buying these specific stocks and it's active currently. Number 2 is the percentage of movement. So the box sizes indicate the price value movement of stock in percentage. For example, if you see the boxes in green color, that means the percentage of the price movement of that pertaining stock is higher. Number 3 is the movement. It's similar like percentage movement, but movement in value. And then you can also filter based on the market cap, the profit, and also loss. So it is a very nice tool that you can use to see the market condition in one single view, in a visual manner. So how to use heat map? Go to Bursa Marketplace, click heat map, and then it will display you the heat map or the visual in just one single view. So the next one is called research reports. So under Bursa Marketplace, we have tons of research report provided by our brokers and also the report from our data provider, which is Refinitiv. So there are 2 sets of report that you can find under Bursa Marketplace. So you can filter the report based on your criteria as well. Number 1, based on Bursa Mates, ETF research, name of the company, name of the broker, author, sector, and type. So how to use research report? Just go to Bursa Marketplace, click research report, select your criteria, and then you will find all of the result of the research report based on your criteria that is selected before. So like I mentioned before, we have 2 sets of research report. One is from the brokers, which you can see on the left-hand side. And the other one is on the from our data provider, which is Refinitiv. So for Refinitiv research report, it is very comprehensive, and the report are based on the alpha indicator that I mentioned to you, the 5 key metrics, which is earning, the momentum, the risks, the fundamental. So if you would like to, further research about your stock, then you can always, read this research report in Bursa Marketplace. So the advantage of using these two in Bursa Marketplace is basically we compile all the reports from all of the brokers that we have in one single place, which is Bursa Marketplace. So hence, this is one of the point why I mentioned earlier, the Bursa Marketplace is a one-stop platform for you to refer to or to start your investment journey. Okay, finally is a stock ticket page. So our stock ticket page hosts like all of the information pertaining to the company financials and also the performance. So it covers two things, the fundamental information and also the technical information. So under this page, this one page, you may acquire all of the information pertaining to the company's performance and also financial. So I would like to get in more details on this stock ticket page. So on top of that, you can see the company's information, the name of the company, whether it is Shariah compliant stocks or not, and also the stock code of the company. Secondly, you may find information pertaining the company's share price, the percentage of the change of the price, previous close, open, bid and ask, all of the information you may obtain here. And then you can also find analyst consensus and alpha indicator information right here. So analyst consensus basically having a set of analysts giving you some advice. So it gives you information, for example, like the target price of this stock, the potential gain or loss, and also whether this stock is good to hold, to buy, or whether is it outperform or underperform. And you can also find the average score of this stock here as well. For example, here you may see the average score of the stock is number 5. So it's basically neutral based on the 5 key metrics that I mentioned earlier. And then here you will find a tab where you may find more information pertaining about this stock, which I will go with you one by one after this. So number 1 is the home section. So under home is basically the summary or the overview in terms of the performance of the stock and also the company profile of this company. So you may find like a simple line chart graph over here. You may select based on 1 day, 3 months, or 1 year, and you can also read some of the fundamental information here. For example, like profit, EPS, dividend yield, and many more. So under home, you may obtain all this information. Number 2 is the profile. So under profile section, it basically talk about the nature of the business and also who is managing the company right now. So you will find the company profile under this section and also the board members and senior officers in this section. Number 3 is the chart. So under Bursa Marketplace, we have we are using the advanced charting tools by TradingView. So it's very comprehensive charting tool that we have in Bursa Marketplace, which you can opt or choose from various of technical indicators that you prefer. So those who are really using a lot of charting, you may go to our Bursa Marketplace and go to this chart section and use the tools. Number 4 is the analyst consensus. So under analyst consensus, we give you information pertaining on what analysts are viewing about the company in terms of the target price, the gain and loss, and also like information like target price high. And you can also see some of information forecasting information from the analysts. Okay, number 5 is the research tab. So under research tab, you may find all of the research report pertaining to that specific counter. So if you don't want to use our research report tools, you can go to our stock ticket page, and then you can also view all of the research report under this stock in one page. Okay, the next one is called financial. So under financial, you may obtain all of the financial data for this company. So we have a larger set of data that you can find in terms of the financial. So there are a lot of numbers here. So there are key stat, income statement, balance sheet, and cash flow. So you may obtain all of the information in the stock ticket page. Alternatively, you can also download it in Excel format, so you can save it and view it for your reference later. You can also obtain information pertaining on the ownership. So in this stock ticket page, under ownership, you may have a view on who's owning the stock and the percentage of the ownership of under this stock. The next one is warrants. So warrants is basically the list of warrants that is under this the mother stock. And finally is the news. So under stock ticket page, you may also find the news or company announcement. So yeah, if you can go to stock ticket page to obtain this information. So that is basically about stock ticket page. So as you can see, in stock ticket page, we have tons of information, fundamental information and also technical information. So it is perfect, like a page for you to refer under Bursa Marketplace. So if you have any company that you have in mind, for example, like on daily basis, you always get a stock recommendation in your WhatsApp or Telegram or from your friends or family. Once you get it, go to our Bursa Marketplace and always refer to our stock ticket page. Make your research first before making any decision. So you will make an informed decision. So stock ticket page is the way for you to look at all or find out all of the information pertaining to that stocks. So how to use stock ticket page? If you go to any page in Bursa Marketplace, you will see this magnifying glass icon. You may click on it and a pop-up will appear. So what you need to do next is basically search the name of the company, press enter, and it will land you to that stock ticket page. Okay. Now that you have learned, so you have read all of our education materials, you have watched some video, you have attended events, then you move to the try mode where you are now using our tools and familiarize with it. Now this is the time for you to apply all of your learnings and also apply of your strategies in our virtual trade environment. So our virtual trade environment is quite interesting, if I must say, because we have added a gamification element into it, which I will explain in the next slide. So the first page, once you log in, you will be directed to this My Market, My Profile page. So under My Profile, you will see the summary of your portfolio and also your watch list. And then we have a quest page. So this is where the gamification element that I have mentioned before. So on a daily basis, you may conduct a daily quest. So there are certain activities that you can complete. Once you complete, you will get points. With this point, there are things that you can redeem. For example, you can redeem for a badge, for a unique profile picture, and of course, later on we will run some competition where you can, like redeem something out from this point. So it's quite you know, like interesting for journey for you to learn. So rather than you know, like you learn in the old-fashioned way, why not go to Bursa Marketplace and go to this quest page and complete certain quests. By completing it, you will also gain knowledge and also gain some points which you can redeem later. And then we have my portfolio page. So my portfolio is basically a place for you to monitor the performance of the stock that you have purchased. Okay, so this is where you can add your, you know, like virtual money, and this is where you conduct the buy and sell. It's all happening under my portfolio section. The next one is called my watch list. So my watch list is a place for you to add a stock first and monitor their performance before you even buy the stocks. So if you are unsure, you want to monitor the stock first, you can always add the stock under your watch list and monitor it. Once you are ready, you can buy the stocks. Once you buy the stock will be available in your My Portfolio page. Okay, the next one is called My Leaderboard. So remember when I said earlier about the points that you acquire from the quest that you complete. So we have this leaderboard. So this leaderboard basically based on your points that you acquire, you may compete among each of the user that we have on Bursa Marketplace and see who's leading the leaderboard. So it's quite interesting. So if you are, you know, like always like to challenge yourself and want to be on the top, go into our Bursa Marketplace on daily basis, complete the quest. The quest is quite interesting, and earn the points, collect the points, and be on the top of this leaderboard. Okay, that is basically in a nutshell about Bursa Marketplace. So there are learning parts, there are trying parts, and also there are applying parts. So as I mentioned earlier, it is for all level of investors, be if you are new, beginner, intermediate, or advanced, there are something for you. Okay, the next platform under Bursa Marketplace that I wish to highlight to you is called Mirror, Learn and Trade. So we have launched this 2 years ago, where this platform enable you to engage with the analysts, the professional analysts out there. And this platform, you can get stock ideas and also basically learn from these analysts, right, in terms of their strategy, how they manage their portfolio. And I think ultimately this is, you know, like a portal to help you to basically to learn in depth about stock market, because number one, you can basically engage with the analysts, ask them questions, ask them why are they applying this strategy, why are they buying this stock, why they set the target price of this stock at certain amount. So yeah, engage with the analysts, and then you are able to see their portfolio. Once you see their portfolio, you can also mirror their portfolio at the same time and see the performance of the portfolio. So this is how Mirror, Learn and Trade looks like. So we have a set of professional analysts here. So it's an interactive digital platform by Bursa Marketplace that provide investor the opportunity to learn the strategy and manage an equity portfolio from a trader. So it's quite interesting platform. So as I mentioned earlier, so you may be able to view the performance of the analyst. So under analyst portfolio, you will see all the stocks that they have in their portfolio. If you wish to, you know, like to mirror them, what you can do is just click the mirror portfolio button and key in the quantity of the stocks and click start mirror. So once you click start mirror, whatever trade that is being conducted by the analyst will also reflected into your portfolio. So what you need to do is just monitor it. So basically having an analyst working for you. So, but this platform provide you an opportunity to learn how this analyst making the decision in terms of their strategy and many more. Okay, this is the place where you can engage with analysts. In Bursa Marketplace Media Learn and Trade platform, you may engage directly to these analysts, ask them questions. So yeah, so this is a chance for you to, you know, like be closer to these analysts and learn from them. So normally they basically will reply on daily basis, and what you need to do is simply ask the questions here. And under MLT also, we provide you with the stock ideas from these analysts. So these stock ideas based on the uptrend stocks. So you can select one based on 1 day, 1 week, or 1 month. So you may find all of the stock ideas in Media and Learn and Trade platform. So I have briefed you and mentioned you and explained to you about the tools, what is Bursa Marketplace, what is MLT. So what's next? So next is basically you need to start your investing journey with Bursa. So first, register as a user on Bursa Marketplace. Those of you that still doesn't have an account with Bursa Marketplace, this is the perfect time for you to open an account with us. Free, and the registration is very simple. So the advantage of registering or become a registered user is you may be able to use the advanced feature that we have in Bursa Marketplace. For example, you may download the research report, you may use the advanced stock screener tools, and many more. So I encourage all of you here, those who are not registered yet, please register for an account on Bursa Marketplace. Just go to www.bursamarketplace.com, click the registration button. This form will appear. What we need from you is just your email and your password. That's about it. Secondly, we also have Bursa Marketplace mobile app. Those of you who are always on the go, you need to download our Bursa Marketplace mobile app, because with this app you may be able to, you know, like find all the information, make a research on the go. It is available on Google Play and also App Store. And I would also like to encourage all of you here who are tuning in into this session to follow our social media page. The reason why I encourage or I urge you guys to follow us on our social media, because in our social media you will find the latest announcement, latest promotion, latest activity. Sometimes we will do giveaway as well. So there are a lot of interesting, you know, activity that you can find in our social media. So yeah, I am also aware that I think like most of us on social media on daily basis. So why not follow us, because you may find a lot of interesting, you know, activity that is happening in our social media page. So please follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and also YouTube. And finally, once you are ready, you want to kickstart your investment journey, you may be able to open an account. So under Bursa Marketplace, we have this feature where you may submit your information, and we pass your information to the selected brokers. Then the brokers will contact you directly. So you can go to Bursa Marketplace to open an account, fill in the details, choose your preferred broker, and click submit. And then once you click submit, in 1 until 3 days, the broker will contact you, and you can proceed with the brokers after that. So I have come to an end to my presentation. So right now, what I will do is to take some of the questions that I have. So there are a total of 9 questions. So question number 1. Hi there, do you guys have an API for users to call for data or information? Unfortunately, no, we don't have it. Our API is not an open API. So to answer your question, no, we don't provide API for the user to call for our data or for our information. The second question, is there any particular period for the gamification tournament? So our recent contest that we conducted recently has just ended on the 4th of July. So if you want to know, or like when is our next contest, please follow us on our social media, and then in our social media channel you will find information pertaining to our contest. So hopefully we will able to like plan more contests for you guys again. Okay, question number 3. In Bursa Marketplace, can we receive email alert for particular stock whenever there are new update from ST? Yes, but only available on Bursa Marketplace mobile app, but it is pertaining on the stock price only. But we take note on your question, but I think this is also a good like feedback, and hopefully we can implement it in the near future, where every time there's an update in terms of the like share price, the company announcement, dividend announcement, we will send you a notification to alert you. Okay, the next question is, what is the advantage in using Bursa Marketplace compared to any other platform available out there? This is a very good question. So the advantage of using Bursa Marketplace is compared to the platform available out there. Number 1 is we have alpha indicator tools where it summarizes the analysis or research of the fundamental and technical of that company, and then they average it into just one score. That is number 1. Number 2 is the research report. So under Bursa Marketplace, we have collected all of the research report from all the brokers in one place. So you don't need to go to any other place. If you want to, like read research report, find more research report for all the brokers, you go to Bursa Marketplace. Number 3, we have MLT. MLT is a platform where you can learn from the analysts themselves. So they are more engaging, and there's like you can learn from the professionals out there who can like give you some ideas, advice, and also strategies that they can share with you. Number 4 is, I think this is the ultimate reason why you need to go to Bursa Marketplace, is one stop place for you to learn, to find all of education materials, videos, webinar, events, to try the tools, because we have a comprehensive tools that can help you to make an informed decision and better decision. And finally, we also have the like the applying parts, where you can apply your strategies first before you go to the real market. So there are 4 things that I wish to highlight in this session. Okay, the next question. How do you choose the analyst for Mirror Learn Trade platform? So we basically don't choose. We basically send the invitation to all the brokers, and then if the brokers wish to participate, we will onboard the analyst into our Mirror Learn and Trade. Currently, we have a set of 13 analysts in Mirror Learn and Trade. You may check them out. I think after this, what you can do is I always practice this for myself lah. Like on the daily basis, I will always go to Mirror Learn and Trade and check the top 5 stock ideas that the feature that we have there, and see what are the stock that is performing right now. So that is basically one of a way to get stock ideas. Okay, the next question is, how frequent is the research report being updated? So our research report is 1 day delay, so we updated it on a daily basis, but it's 1 day delay. Okay, the next question. What is the difference if we were to register or just use it as a platform as a guest? So registered user, you may use our virtual trading platform. That is number 1. Registered user can also use our advanced tools. For example, like you can use our advanced screener. Earlier, I only mentioned there are a few criteria that you can select. But with advanced screener, there are multiples of filters or criteria that you can choose from. And then number 3, if you are a registered user, you can use our MLT feature on Bursa Marketplace. So these are the 3 things that I would like to highlight if you are a registered user versus non-registered user. Okay, the next question. Can we eventually trade on MLT platform? If no, is that in your plan? Okay, so basically in MLT platform, there is feature where we connect you from MLT platform to the login page of the brokers. So that is how far it basically goes. So that there are some connection between the platform and also the brokers. But in terms of the plan, as far as I'm concerned right now, we have no plan or yet to to connect directly to the broker platform, because there are certain like criteria or functionalities that we need to develop first. So yeah. The next question, how do people know which stock is the most favorable to Bursa? Is it when it is green? Well, I think it depends. It depends. So, for example, I think you are referring to our heat map, one of the tools that I mentioned earlier, where I give you the view of if green means the stock price is higher than before. But I think ultimately it depends on your strategy. So if you are, like short-term investor or short-term trader, the strategy is different. Even the price is down, is also a good opportunity for you to buy. And then if you are, if you are fundamental, the strategy is also different. So to answer your question, I mean, it depends on how you see the how you look at the performance of that company. Okay, the next question. As a beginner, what is your advice or tools that I should begin with before moving to the next level? So as a beginner, I will encourage you to attend or read our education material first. So understand on the fundamental about the stock market, for example, like how to open a trading account, how to buy, how to sell. So a very basic first. Once you understand, then you can always go to our event section, attend the webinars. I think right now is the perfect time for you to attend the webinars that we offer in Bursa Marketplace. For a start, I think what you should do is, my advice is, look at our education section first. Once you are, like familiar with it, you can try our tools first. But if you wish to, like to know further on how to use it, I mean, you can always, contact us or send us an email at engage@busamktpsc.com. We are more than happy to, assist you or explain to you on how to use it. Okay, the next question, where are your analysts from? So our data is provided by Refinitiv. So under Refinitiv, there are a set of analysts that provide their, analysis to Refinitiv. So to answer your question, I believe the analysts are from the brokers in Malaysia. Okay. The next question is the charting tool. How can we change the moving average parameter to say 200 days, 50 days, etc.? Okay. To give you a tutorial on this, I think it's better for us to, email it to you. So I think it will be better that way. So to ST, what you can do is email to us to engage@busamktpsc.com, and then we will share you the tutorials on how to, to use our charting tools. Okay, the next question, can we open CDS or trading account with Bursa Marketplace? To answer your question, we have a feature where we direct you to the brokers. What you need to do is go to Bursa Marketplace, click on Open Trading Account button. It will direct you to this landing page where you need to submit your information and select your brokers there. Once you click submit, the broker will contact you and will do the next necessary action. Is the share price live or delayed in Bursa Marketplace? So there are two components in here. Bursa Marketplace, the share price are 50 minutes delay, but for MIT, it is live price feed. Okay, the next question, the platform is so cool. Okay, thank you. Who's the vendor? I mean, who's the vendor? I'm not sure if I could disclose it to you right now, but the only vendor that I can, disclose it here is our data provider, which is Refinitiv. So they are the one that provide us with all the data and also to come up with all the tools that we have. For example, like alpha indicator, heat map. So they are all being provided by our data provider, which is Refinitiv. Is there a 1 minute candlestick chart? I believe in Bursa Marketplace, we only have 5 minutes. So yeah, I hope I answered your question. And then question from, hi, why initial share for Bumiputra must send physical papers or document? Why not up to date? I'm not sure I am the right person to answer this question, but what you can do is email your query to us to engage@busamktpsc.com, and we will assist you on your query. I think I have basically answered all of the questions in the Slido. Yeah, so I think thank you everyone. I've come to an end in my session. Again, I would like to highlight register as user on Bursa Marketplace, download our mobile app, follow our social media. This is very important, okay? So follow our social media because you can get all the news, because I'm sure you always use your social media on daily basis or even after you wake up, right? So by following us, you will get all the, the notification from us. And then finally, check out Bursa Marketplace, where if you want to start, I think Bursa Marketplace is the perfect platform for you. But before I end, I would like to thank you to those who tune in today. I wish you, all the best and happy trading.
Okay, thank you so much, Amiral. I have one final question actually. Is as like just a viewer, I just want to ask: is the app and the web platform the same in terms of the function, or is there any difference?
Okay, for mobile app, in terms of the functionalities, there are limited functionalities. But in terms of the information, whatever that we have in the web version, we also have it in the app. But in terms of the functionalities, it is limited because the reason why we build this mobile app is for the user out there to acquire the information on the go and to make the informed decision there and there. So yeah.
There's actually another question on Slido that I see here. They're asking, do you guys have API for users to call data?
No, we don't have any API for the user to call the data.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Amiral.
Sure.
That was truly an informative presentation. I was actually writing down notes while you were speaking about how to do it as well. As a newcomer to the whole investing, investments and so on and so forth. Well, I was sorry to everyone, my mistake. Actually, this is not our last session. We have another session after this from Sunway Construction Berhad. And thank you once again. Thank you so much, Amiral, for joining us today.
Sasha.
And I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend and be safe.
Too.
Thank you so much.
Be safe, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Welcome to the first virtual Bursa Marketplace Fair. We are glad to have you here. Please watch this short walkthrough video on how to navigate the virtual platform. You are now in the virtual event lobby, where you can navigate to any part of the event. Here, we have our virtual exhibition hall with a lineup of all our exhibitors. This is our agenda for the day. Be sure to attend the sessions you're interested in. Our conference hall pages, where you can navigate across pages or ask questions. Our speaker page with the lineup of all our distinguished speakers. Our event survey page. Be sure to fill this up during or after the event. And here is our giveaway room, where you will be able to win amazing prizes through the giveaway and tournament. For the giveaway, just complete 2 mandatory tasks and a combination of 2 of the additional tasks to stand a chance to win. For the tournament, participate in all the 7 quizzes and stand a chance of winning 500 ringgit, 300 ringgit, or 200 ringgit. Let's return back to the exhibitors. Here, you can chat, video call, or meet up with our exhibitors. Below, you will find all the relevant information from about, to contact details, and their wide range of resources. To participate in the chat, please click on the chat button. This will send a request to the exhibitors to accept your chat. Once the chat has been accepted, it will appear in your direct messages, where you can chat, have a one-on-one video call, and get the representative's details. In your briefcase, you will find all your bookmarked resources and the contact details that you have saved. Be sure to always look at our announcements for the latest happenings. We hope you have a wonderful event. Welcome to the first virtual Bursa Marketplace Fair. We are glad to have you here. Please watch this short walkthrough video on how to navigate the virtual platform. You are now in the virtual event lobby, where you can navigate to any part of the event. Here, we have our virtual exhibition hall with a lineup of all our exhibitors. This is our agenda for the day. Be sure to attend the sessions you're interested in. Our conference hall pages, where you can navigate across pages or ask questions. Our speaker page with the lineup of all our distinguished speakers. Our event survey page. Be sure to fill this up during or after the event. And here is our giveaway room, where you will be able to win amazing prizes through the giveaway and tournament. For the giveaway, just complete 2 mandatory tasks and a combination of 2 of the additional tasks to stand a chance to win. For the tournament, participate in all the 7 quizzes and stand a chance of winning 500 ringgit, 300 ringgit, or 200 ringgit. Let's return back to the exhibitors. Here, you can chat, video call, or meet up with our exhibitors. Below, you will find all the relevant information from about, to contact details, and their wide range of resources. To participate in the chat, please click on the chat button. This will send a request to the exhibitors to accept your chat. Once the chat has been accepted, it will appear in your direct messages where you can chat, have a one-on-one video call, and get the representative's details. In your briefcase, you will find all your bookmarked resources and the contact details that you have saved. Be sure to always look at our announcements for the latest happenings. We hope you have a wonderful event. Welcome to the first virtual Bursa Marketplace Fair. We are glad to have you here. Please watch this short walkthrough video on how to navigate the virtual platform. You are now in the virtual event lobby, where you can navigate to any part of the event. Here, we have our virtual exhibition hall with a lineup of all our exhibitors. This is our agenda for the day. Be sure to attend the sessions you're interested in. Our conference hall pages where you can navigate across pages or ask questions. Our speaker page with the lineup of all our distinguished speakers. Our event survey page. Be sure to fill this up during or after the event. And here is our giveaway room, where you will be able to win amazing prizes through the giveaway and tournament. For the giveaway, just complete 2 mandatory tasks and a combination of 2 of the additional tasks to stand a chance to win. For the tournament, participate in all the 7 quizzes and stand a chance of winning 500 ringgit, 300 ringgit, or 200 ringgit. Let's return back to the exhibitors. Here, you can chat, video call, or meet up with our exhibitors. Below, you will find all the relevant information from about, to contact details, and their wide range of resources. To participate in the chat, please click on the chat button. This will send a request to the exhibitors to accept your chat. Once the chat has been accepted, it will appear in your direct messages where you can chat, have a one-on-one video call, and get the representative's details. In your briefcase, you will find all your bookmarked resources and the contact details that you have saved. Be sure to always look at our announcements for the latest happenings. We hope you have a wonderful event. Welcome to the first virtual Bursa Marketplace Fair. We are glad to have you here. Please watch this short walkthrough video on how to navigate the virtual platform. You are now in the virtual event lobby, where you can navigate to any part of the event. Here, we have our virtual exhibition hall with a lineup of all our exhibitors. This is our agenda for the day. Be sure to attend the sessions you're interested in. Our conference hall pages where you can navigate across pages or ask questions. Our speaker page with the lineup of all our distinguished speakers. Our event survey page. Be sure to fill this up during or after the event. And here is our giveaway room, where you will be able to win amazing prizes through the giveaway and tournament. For the giveaway, just complete 2 mandatory tasks and a combination of 2 of the additional tasks to stand a chance to win. For the tournament, participate in all the 7 quizzes and stand a chance of winning 500 ringgit, 300 ringgit, or 200 ringgit. Let's return back to the exhibitors. Here, you can chat, video call, or meet up with our exhibitors. Below, you will find all the relevant information from about to contact details and their wide range of resources. To participate in the chat, please click on the chat button. This will send a request to the exhibitors to accept your chat. Once the chat has been accepted, it will appear in your direct messages where you can chat, have a one-on-one video call, and get the representative's details. In your briefcase, you will find all your bookmarked resources and the contact details that you have saved. Be sure to always look at our announcements for the latest happenings. We hope you have a wonderful event. Welcome to the first virtual Bursa Marketplace Fair. We are glad to have you here. Please watch this short walkthrough video on how to navigate the virtual platform. You are now in the virtual event lobby where you can navigate to any part of the event. Here, we have our virtual exhibition hall with a lineup of all our exhibitors. This is our agenda for the day. Be sure to attend the sessions you're interested in. Our conference hall pages where you can navigate across pages or ask questions. Our speaker page with the lineup of all our distinguished speakers. Our event survey page. Be sure to fill this up during or after the event. And here is our giveaway room where you will be able to win amazing prizes through the giveaway and tournament. For the giveaway, just complete 2 mandatory tasks and a combination of 2 of the additional tasks to stand a chance to win. For the tournament, participate in all the 7 quizzes and stand a chance of winning 500 ringgit, 300 ringgit, or 200 ringgit. Let's return back to the exhibitors. Here, you can chat, video call, or meet up with our exhibitors. Below, you will find all the relevant information from about to contact details and their wide range of resources. To participate in the chat, please click on the chat button. This will send a request to the exhibitors to accept your chat. Once the chat has been accepted, it will appear in your direct messages where you can chat, have a one-on-one video call, and get the representative's details. In your briefcase, you will find all your bookmarked resources and the contact details that you have saved. Be sure to always look at our announcements for the latest happenings. We hope you have a wonderful event. Welcome to the first virtual Bursa Marketplace Fair. We are glad to have you here. Please watch this short walkthrough video on how to navigate the virtual platform. You are now in the virtual event lobby where you can navigate to any part of the event. Here, we have our virtual exhibition hall with a lineup of all our exhibitors. This is our agenda for the day. Be sure to attend the sessions you're interested in.
Hello, everyone. It's great to see you all here today for our final session with our speaker, who hails from Malaysia's largest pure-play construction groups. With a track record spanning over 40 years, let's listen now from Ms. Ng Bee Lian, the Chief Financial Officer of Sunway Construction Group Berhad, who will share some insights into their business.
Thank you, Sasha. Thank you. The objective of today's session, I hope after an hour, you would know a little bit more about what Sunway Construction does, and maybe you have some takeaways on whether this is a good counter to invest. So I hope this objective will be achieved at the end of today. So you can see on our screen a lot of construction going on, a lot of buildings. So I will explain to you in the upcoming slides on what we do. Okay, the next slide. So you can see earlier on in my first slide, we are in our 40th year in operation. We actually commenced business in 1981. This is actually our second listing. We were first listed in 1997 and delisted in 2004. So our second listing happened on 28 July 2015. On that eventful date, I still remember Tan Sri Muhyiddin was sacked as the Deputy Prime Minister, and lo and behold, you see him as a Prime Minister right now. So our cumulative revenue since inception 40. Majority of our shares, if you look at the chart here, is owned by Sunway Berhad, and our founder Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Jeffrey Chia. The other major shareholders will be EPF. If you see where my cursor is, they are at over 9% right now. So under Sunway Construction, we basically have 6 pillars. We do our building. We do civil infrastructure, meaning the LRT, MRT, road projects. We do foundation. Foundation is basically when you build a building, you need something to support the building. Yeah, even you see the viaduct in your MRT, you need a very strong support to support the pillar and also the train that is carrying. So MEP is basically all the electrical and wirings, the air conductings. Sustainable energy is something we ventured into maybe last year or the year before. We are trying to do solar, rooftop solar. We are also venturing into this gas district cooling system. And lastly, we also do precast component in Singapore. This is wholly for the Singapore market. So I will explain more in the next slide. So you look at building construction, what do you think of? So Suncon's specialty is that we do a lot of design and build jobs. So you might ask, what is design and build? Design and build is something like when our client asks us to build, we are given the free hand basically to do alternative. Maybe we say your design is over design. Why don't you consider this alternative? So we bring value basically to our client. We are just not a builder per se, but we bring value to our client. So some of our notable projects, if you are in the KL Center, you would see KLCC Convention Center. So that was built by us and together along with the KLCC Aquarium as well. So I remember one of the very significant thing my colleague was telling me that when we build that, we have to look at the thickness of the glass to make sure it can withstand the pressure of the water in. So these are the things that we look at. So other things that we build is the Legoland in Johor. I'm sure you're familiar with it. And obviously the whole entire Bandar Sunway is basically built by Sunway Construction, including the theme park, the malls, and the hospitals. Okay. In civil infrastructure, if you stay in PJ in section 17 to Jalan Semantan, that was the stretch of the MRT that we did, and we continue on to do the second MRT near Sungai Buloh, which I will show you the picture later. So foundation and geotechnical, I've explained to you, these are basically the foundation to carry the building and the civil work. Mechanical and electrical, I've also explained earlier on, and the sustainable energy as well. So what we are very proud of is our precast, because a lot of people try to, at this time and age, a lot of people try to reduce reliance on foreign workers because it is basically, we We want to sustain on our own without foreign workers. So with precast, we are able to do that because we are able to cast our component off-site, deliver it, and then assemble it like a Lego, okay? So, okay, moving along, I will show you the pictures of our project. This is MRT Project 2. It should be, what you call that, officially launched, supposed to be officially launched in August, but MRT Corp has decided to delay it because of the COVID and things like that. They wanted to have more time to do the track, what you call that, the track running and the checking. So this is in Bandar Sri Damansara. It's one of the stations which we have completed. And this is Nippon Express. This is a project together with the Japanese partner, Taisei. It's for Nippon Express. Nippon Express is a company that is very well known in the warehousing and logistic business. So if you're all familiar with Uniqlo, this is where Uniqlo stores all their stocks. Yeah, so it comes from the factory in Shah Alam, which we have completed. This is in Singapore, one of the precast project that we have built. So if you look at the description here, it says prefabrication of bathroom unit. So what is unique in Singapore is that they said that at least the bathroom has to be fully precast, meaning that it has to be volumetric in nature. You might ask me, what is volumetric? So 2D is like a slab component, whereas a volumetric meaning when we lift it up, you lift it up with a floor, the 4 walls, the roof, and also your bathtub, and also your sink and everything, and all the tiling inside. This is what a prefabricated bathroom unit is. So once it's installed, it's just assembled and then connected to the pipe. So this is another project in Singapore. This is our existing project with Tenaga Nasional Berhad. So if you notice, a lot of our clients are all renowned and reputable clients, GLCs. And this project is just opposite Pantai Hospital. We are completing this project next year. This is a project by Petronas. Petronas awarded to us, and they are building we are building for them a training center. Basically, they call it New Leadership Center, but it is a training center. As you can see, there's a curve over here, and we like to do work that is more value engineering inclined. So there's supposed to be a man-made lake here as well. So it's a very exciting, iconic project. Over here is Sunway Serene. A project by our in-house. It is basically a 50 over story. So it will be a challenge to us because we have not done something 50 over story before. And this is Sunway Medical. Sunway Medical, I'm sure you've heard of news that this GIC has came in from Singapore to invest. So this is one of the expansion. Existingly, you can see the hospital here from Tower A to C can accommodate 600 over beds. So what we are building here right now is the office suites for consultation and the wellness center. Wellness center is something like when you need medical attention and you intend to stay on the long term. So this is a wellness center whereby you have nursing and doctor care at your footstep. So that is what we are building right now. And this is Sunway Medical Center in Seberang Jaya, which is beside our hotel as well. This is LRT 3 in Klang. So the Klang River, this is supposed to be an iconic bridge, but it was scaled down when Pakatan Harapan was in the government. They wanted to scale down the cost of building. So from an iconic bridge, it is becoming a simple bridge. And lastly, last year, if you follow our news flow, you would know that we have secured 2 projects in India, and this is in the state of Tamil Nadu. I know a lot of people will be concerned. They will say, "Oh, Bilian, India has a lot of COVID cases. How are you going to implement and execute your projects over there?" So we are glad to notify and to inform that we have successfully did our financial close for these 2 projects, and one of the projects should be starting in August. And in India, the COVID-19 pandemic has actually tapered down. From a high of 200,000, they are about 70,000 right now. So the construction work is still ongoing. It's not hampered. So it's going on well. Next slide. Okay, the next slide is our profit before tax and profit after tax since before listing and post listing. So if you look at our track record, we have been achieving increasing profit. Unfortunately, in 2020, you see that our profit level fell is because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And you might ask, 2019 without COVID, your results also fell. Why was that? That was because at that time, Pakatan Harapan government took over and they were very prudent in their budget. So there were not a lot of infrastructure project being mooted by them. So at the top part, you can see IPO, we IPO'd in July 2015 at 120. And we actually doubled our IPO price in 2017 when we closed the year in 2017. And in 2018, it dropped to a low of 133. Why did it drop? This was the time, like I say, Lim Guan Eng, when he was our finance minister, he wanted to reduce a lot of the contracts costs. So at that time, there were a lot of uncertainty whether projects that were awarded pre the Pakatan Harapan would continue or not, and if they continue, would it be at a lesser contract sum. So there was a period of uncertainty over that. So after that, it bounced back and then it maintained at around 180 level. Our balance sheet, if you look at our balance sheet, I'm quite blessed since I joined about 15, 16 years ago. I had never had to worry about cash flow. We paid our creditors all on time, our debtors all paid on time as well due to the quality of our debtors. And because of that, you can see that our ROCE went as high as 40%. Not many companies would have that, I would like to say. And then dividends per share, we also paid handsomely dividends. If we get a profit of, let's say 100 million, we will distribute, if you can see, almost 70% of our profit out as dividend to shareholders. So on top of capital appreciation, you would also have dividend 2 times a year from when we declare it. Okay, apart from that, we are also very big in ESG. So what is ESG? Is environmental, social, and governance. When I heard the earlier speakers, I heard what Inari said. Inari also was very into ESG. So likewise, us as well, because our founder, Tan Sri Dr. Jeffrey Chia, is very into ESG and he has put in a lot of money and time into this. So, so I would like to also expand a bit on what we do. We have set our 2030 targets on what we intend to achieve. So at the beginning, we said that some of the baseline are achieved and what are the things in progress. So in the next slide, I will show you. We emphasize on, of course, ABC policy, which was mandatory by Bursa in June last year. So this is mandatory to all listed companies. We also subscribe to zero bribery. We subscribe to, construction projects, there is bound to have injury and fatality. I'm sure you have heard a lot of projects whereby there are accidents and there are people who died as a result of that. So unfortunately, accidents happen. We do not try to hide under the carpet and sweep it away. We disclose that in 2020, there were 2 fatal accidents. We acknowledge that and we try to improve on that. And we also measured the number of notices because CIDB, DOSH, and also the municipals do go around and check our compliance. They also check whether there's dengue and things like that. So we also monitor that. And lastly, we also monitor for each employee how much training they have. So our target is, of course, 5 days in a year, but we are achieving only 2 days right now, but we are hoping to improve on that by 2030. So we are one of the very few companies that has supported the task force on climate-related financial disclosure. If you look at our annual report, we would have extensive coverage on this, on what we subscribe in and what is our targets and our achievement. So a little bit on small things that we did. So our precast plant in Johor and our machinery workshop, we also ensured that the rooftop has solar energy. So by installing this solar energy, basically it's equivalent of growing 865 trees. That might not be much, but it is a baby step towards what we hope to have a greener and a better place for us to stay in. And water as well. So we have a batching plant in our precast factory in Johor. So we also do the water treatment there and also use the treated water for sanitary purposes. And that saves us about 13,500 meter cubes. So you might ask, how much is the 13,500 meter cube by billion? So it is roughly, when I Google it, it is roughly a single person's consumption for half a year. So moving along, we have, during COVID pandemic, what did we do? We organized a business continuity program. We invited our business partners meaning our subcontractors and our suppliers. We tell them what are the best procedure and what are the best SOP to adhere to ensure that there's no widespread of COVID-19. So these are the things that we have been doing. In fact, only yesterday we had another session with all our business partners, again, reminding them to adhere to SOPs and things like that, because as you know, today there was another high, all-time high in our COVID numbers. So in terms of our safety and quality, every year we write into our existing clients and ask them whether they are satisfied with our work, and we are glad to have received 96.1 that says that they are satisfied and there were no non-compliance incident for last year. Human capital, although Sunway Construction is a construction company, the ratio of men to women, there are only 15% women in the company. So I am there to make sure that there's diversity. But despite being the minority in terms of number, the ratio of men to women's pay is equal, is 1:1. We also invested, like I say, in training and development. Last year, we donated close to 600,000. One is to the National Disaster Relief Fund. The other one is to Jeffrey Chia Foundation in form of laptops, and also to the Orang Asli community. This is something we do year in and year out, although last year's activity was a bit tapered because of the lockdowns, but we hope to continue our contribution to the society. This is our roadmap on our ESG milestone. We have got numerous awards. What I want to highlight is in 2019 and 2020, we actually got recognition regionally from Singapore and Hong Kong on our ESG initiative, whereby at the Assets ESG, we've got a gold award, and the ASRA, we have got a bronze award in 2020. Okay, that's it. So basically, from the beginning to right now, you should have a taste on what Suncon does. So the next chapter would be, should I invest in Suncon, and why should I invest in Suncon? So we have basically 6 propositions over here on why we think that Sunway Construction is a good counter for you to look at. On the top part, I have said already, we are a fully integrated construction company. We are basically, we akin ourselves like a shopping complex. You go inside, there's a men's division, there's a women, there's a children. So basically, we can do everything for you. We can do from foundation to your MEP, to your rooftop solar, everything. So we are a one-stop agency. So in addition to that, we don't just rely on our supply chain and our subcontractors. We own a fair bit of plant and machinery, if you look at here. So we believe in owning about 50-50, we own 50 and then we rent 50. So in times whereby there's not many projects, we will not be saddled with a lot of assets, unutilized assets. So that is our objective. And we are also very big in technology. You might ask, what technology can contractors do? So what we do is we have this building information modeling. Basically, we carved up what we are building in 3D form in the computer, and we can see every day what we are supposed to do and what is the progress. And if the client wants to change certain things, we are able to change the build up for them, and they are able to see the impact in terms of time. That means if you want to change this, my construction period, will it be lengthened or will it be shortened, and whether it will be more expensive. So things like this, we are able to show the client. So this is the most important KPI that any contractors would look at. So if you're looking at a construction company, what is most important is the outstanding order book. Outstanding order book is basically the balance job that Suncon has that can last us. So if you look at our track record, you will see that every year we record close to 2 billion order book. So, but by the fact that we have 5 billion outstanding order book means that our turnover, our existing projects can support us for 2 over years. Yeah. So this is what it tells us. Majority, 49%, is internal house, meaning from our Sunway Berhad. This is where our strength lies as well, because in times whereby the projects are slow externally, we are able to get projects from our in-house. India, we have got 17% from the 2 projects which I mentioned. Infrastructure and Paling, meaning the MRT and our Paling units, we have 11%. Building externally, like the Naga National and the Petronas Leadership Center, which I have highlighted in the picture earlier, this comprises of 14%, and the balance 8% is our precast. Renewable energy is still small, and we hope to grow this division going forward. Okay, we have actually very solid track record. If you look at this, we have been to as far as Trinidad and Tobago during the Ministry of Legal Affairs. We went to UAE as well. We had 2 projects there. One of the reputable projects is by Mubadala. It's like a sovereign fund in Abu Dhabi. And obviously we are in India. Apart from the 2 civil projects which I highlighted, we actually have done 7 highways in India before that. So when I first joined to right now, actually I've been to every state in India. India is the next engine of growth. There is a lot of opportunities there, and because the legal laws there is quite similar to Malaysia. We were all colonized by the British, so it is the same legal law. So it's everything, it is quite similar in terms of law, and they are quite fair. So of course we have Singapore, where our precast is. In this page basically highlights all the awards that we obtained in 2020 and in 2021 in the first half of the year, what we have achieved. So in 2020, one of the notable ones that I want to highlight, apart from the ESG awards that we have received, is the H Billion Ringgit Club for the construction sector for the best ROE. So this was our 2nd year winning this award, ever since we satisfied the criteria of 5 years. Okay, so at the onset, I also said, you also saw that a majority of our outstanding order book of 5B comes from in-house. This is why it's important, because our in-house has existingly 3,362 acres of land yet to be developed. So when they need to develop it, obviously the contractors will need to come in and build it for them. So majority of it is in Johor, 28% is in Klang Valley. And if you say, Bilena, what is the contribution of in-house compared to your external? So it varies. When there were big projects like MRT in the year of 2017 to 2019, so it went down to below 30%. So on average, I would say it's about 40% is from in-house. But despite it being in-house, actually our contract between us and Sunway Berhad is fully arm's length. That means we treat it like an external party. We do proper documentation, we tender fairly and squarely. So next, we are run by highly experienced management team. If you look at the number of years my group MD and my MD has in the company, they've been in the group for more than 20 years, and my group MD was Japanese trained from Taisei. Liu Kok-Wing, when he graduated, this was, I think, almost not his first job, but among one of his first jobs here. And like I say, everybody has been in the industry and with the group for a very long time. So you can be assured that our knowledge has been kept in the group. Okay, what does the analyst say about Sunway Construction? We have got 15 analysts that covers us. All of these, about 2/3 have a buy call on us, and with the highest upside of close to 40%. And this is our chart for since 2015. If you look at the chart, Sunway Construction on the blue line has all the time outperformed the KLCI index, KL Construction Index. So we have outperformed the overall construction index since our IPO. So this is basically a summary of all the things that we have gone through. I will not further elaborate on this. A lot of people say during this MCO, how are contractors facing it, because a lot of our projects are being shut down. I think we are no different from other industry. We will persevere because Suncon has been in the industry for 40 over years. We have seen up and down, and our balance sheet is very strong. So we have the capacity and the ability to weather these trying times. And we believe that once the vaccination rollout is better and more people are getting vaccinated, we believe that situation will return to normal. So basically that concludes my presentation. So this is a picture of Bandar Sunway, which I have mentioned. Most of the projects here has been built by us, including, you look at the theme park over here, and Pinnacle Building, Menara Sunway, where my office is, and the hotel and the shopping malls. So I will hand this over to Sasha for Q&A.
Thank you so much, Gillian. I love Sunway. I actually miss going to Sunway Lagoon and enjoying the swimming pools and all the theme parks. I can't wait actually once everything has settled down and everyone is vaccinated. So the questions, right? So currently there's a few questions here. The first one that I see is, in the light of the drop of profits during the pandemic, 2020 and 2021, what is your growth forecast for the Sunway counter in the years ahead, short term as well as long term?
So you see, initially when we did our business plan for 2021 at the end of 2020, the COVID numbers were actually quite okay. It was doing at about 50. So at that point in time, we thought that 2021 would be an all-time high for Suncon. Unfortunately, when we stepped into 2021, come March, April, we saw the numbers steadily increasing, and then there was the full lockdown and then EMCO. So what we thought was going to be an all-time record profit for Sunway Construction turned out to be another year of depressed profit like 2020. So like I say, bear with us. We have got the order book. We have got the balance sheet. We will go through this. Yeah. So what we see is that, like I mentioned, we see tremendous growth in India, and the projects that we get in India are quality projects. Is from the National Highway Authority of India. Is basically a equivalent unit like the Jabatan Kerja Raya in Malaysia. So collection will not be an issue. Yeah. So yeah, so that is in short what is my expectation for short term and also the long term, Sasha.
Okay. The next question is, do you expect more infrastructure projects in the next few months, especially for budget 2022?
We really hope so. We hope that the government, I know a lot of people say yes, there have been projects being promised by the minister, but does Malaysia have the budget? That was the most crucial question that everybody asked. But some of the projects we feel are necessity to be carried out, like the MRT Circle Road, because we have already done MRT 1 and 2. We will not have the ridership unless we do a circle link. So that project has been mooted. I think it was supposed to be tendered out by the end of this year. So let's see, we are hopeful. And Penang as well, they were supposed to be a big LRT projects over there. So yeah, but things are quite fluid at the moment, Sasha. So we can only hope, but we are also not putting our eggs in one basket. That is why we are concentrating on India. India is moving. So even if we don't have projects locally in Malaysia for the short and medium term, we can look at India to bring in the projects. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. For the next question is, does higher steel price concern you for your existing projects, and can you pass through the higher costs for the existing projects?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Sasha. Although some of my projects has this clause, which is a pass-through clause. Pass-through clause meaning that I can pass through the increase of the steel bar prices to my clients. Not all has. My India 2 projects fortunately has. Precast, we have some, not all. And in Malaysia, we have for our MRT project, but our MRT project is completed. So there are some projects, they are exposed. So I would not like to paint a very rosy picture. Definitely, it will hurt our bottom line, but rest to say, steel bar in the construction only has about 3% impact, because what we have subcontracted is actually our subcontractors has to bear that price fluctuation. So what we have to bear is basically 3% of our entire cost. So we feel that that's manageable.
Okay, thank you so much for being transparent with us. So what is your expectation on MRT3? If contractors need to come up with their own financing for MRT3, will you still be keen to participate?
Yes, there have been RFP that we have submitted in May, and the technical competency submission has also been done. Yes, we are interested, because why we are interested, because Sunway Construction, if you look at our balance sheet is still strong. We are able to carry on more borrowing, and in addition to that, we have a holding company, which is Sunway Berhad, which has even a bigger and stronger balance sheet. So yes, we are ready to take on the challenge to also part finance the MRT project.
Okay. Do you see more growth opportunities from domestic or overseas?
Domestic, like I say, has been quite dry actually this year. Truth be told, it is not many projects out there, not many quality projects. So we are waiting for MRT, and like I say, India is our next growth engine, I have to say that. Yeah, and the precast in Singapore, projects are coming in, because last year Singapore had a major circuit breaker. They practically closed the industry, so there are not many jobs. So this year, if you look at our first quarter, when we announce our result, majority of the projects comes from precast in Singapore. Yeah, so Singapore also is quite promising with the precast projects.
So will you partner with other companies to bid for, let's say, a larger project, for larger projects?
Definitely, Sasha, because if you look at our track record, when LRT 3 was mooted, we actually partnered with 3 partners, including IJM, to be the project delivery partner. And even in Abu Dhabi project, we also partner with local partners and also IJM as well. India, we also partner with local partners. Then you might say, why do we like to joint venture with people? Because firstly, we believe when we go overseas, it's good to have a local partner that is familiar with the landscape, the supply chain, the rules and regulations. So it's good to have a local representative over there. That is our strategy. Partnership is always very good. Yeah.
Okay. So has there been any collection issue from the Indian projects, and how do you protect against non-payment, payment delay risk?
Okay, like I mentioned at the onset as well, our India project is from National Highway Authority of India. So that is equivalent to JKR over here. They are basically a government body. So the chances of them defaulting on payment is very slim. We have done 7 projects. We have had not issues on collection at all. Yeah. And even in Malaysia, our projects are mainly very big scale projects and from very reputable clients. So fortunately, like I say, I have never had cash flow problem. Yeah.
Next question is, what is the risk of having high portion of your order book coming from in-house developers?
In-house developers, actually, in-house developers is, I would say, is very good because first thing first, they will not default on payment. You know them, they are reputable. And we can discuss on the buildability of our construction at the onset with them. Not like external clients, they just give you the drawings. Maybe it might not be so easy to build, but we have to do it their way. So with an in-house project, there is a lot of rapport on what should be built, how it should be designed and things like that. So we can optimize the design and also the cost. So that is one, I would say, is the opportunity with working with in-house.
Okay. Do you have to spend more for foreign laborers accommodations?
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, even before COVID-19, we were one of the very first that moved on CLQ. We call it centralized labor quarters, whereby workers stay there, eat there, play there. We have basically recreational place for them. So they actually need not come out of the compound, but obviously we let them come out. So we already mooted that idea. So with COVID-19, that was more important because the society doesn't want the foreign workers to mingle with the locals and cause infection. So that because of that, I think there were a lot of what you call that news on workers' accommodation and things like that. So if you look through our annual report and even not 2020, 2019, you would see examples of our centralized labor quarters, whereby you can see we have a dedicated place for them to cook, and their sleeping place is well aerated, there is fan, there is proper, what you call that, cabinets for them to place their valuables, and there is recreational place like a football place, a TV room for them. Yeah. So yes, this all comes with money. So definitely that is why it will cost more, but we believe in the long run, sustainability is more important. There is no point saving on this to the extent of hurting your business in future. So this is some of the things that we need to spend. Yeah.
Do you foresee many delays in the launch of any upcoming events planned due to the national recovery movement?
Yes, even our projects, because the fact that some of our projects had to stop during these full MCO and EMCO, definitely they will be delayed, Sasha. There is no doubt of that. And the COVID-19 Act last year that was gazetted already gave developers, I think, 167 days, if I'm not mistaken, for delays in handover of properties to end buyer. And I believe this will be also extended to cover the current lockdown. So yes, delays are inevitable.
Okay. Do you foresee any changes in mixed segment revenue contribution, and do you undertake hedging on foreign currency exposure?
Foreign currency exposure. For our local project, most of the materials are sourced locally in Malaysia. So I would say not much exposure, except maybe for the renewable energy sector, which we have recently embarked on, whereby the solar panels are bought from China. So yes, there would have some sort of an exposure. And in India, we plan to be there for the long term. So we do not intend to bring our money back so fast. We tend to have continuity over there. So that part there pretty much take care of itself. And Singapore, the currency has been very stable. The clients pay in Sing dollars, and yeah, there is not much exposure in Singapore. So The most I would say would be our renewable energy because of the solar panel that is procured from China.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Bilian, for your time today, for joining us today. It was truly an enjoyable session. I enjoyed the whole thing. Thank you. I learned so much as well. And I hope, oh wait, there's one more question, sorry. Sunway, given the government's current, suddenly there's a surge of questions. Given the government's fiscal position and higher input costs, will margins for domestic projects be structurally lowered?
Yeah, this was the question a lot of our analysts asked us, because not because of the government fiscal position, it is mainly because there are not enough jobs in the market locally. So, and the competition is so keen, so the margins are likely to taper down. And it would also taper down because of the increasing price of raw materials, like one of the participants asked, the impact of the increasing steel bar price. Steel bar price has increased 20% in 2020, and this year another 20%. So that, including the scarcity of projects and the keen competition, mainly due to supply and demand, yes, you will see a tapering in margins. Yeah.
Do you foresee changes? What is the tender winning rate for Sunway Construction?
We have tabulated on average is about 15% to 20%. So not one year is the same. Sometimes you win big and some of the years is a bit lower, but on average I would say 15 to 20%. Yeah.
So Sunway Berhad is now a shareholder for IJM Corp. Will IJM Construction be Suncon's preferred partner going forward?
Sunway Berhad's investment in IJM is mainly strategic in nature at the moment. So it is mainly purely a strategic investment. So when you say IJM will be Suncon's preferred partner going forward, it is not because of Sunway Berhad holding shares in IJM. All the while, IJM and Suncon have had a very good working relationship. We partnered in Abu Dhabi, we partnered for the LRT PDP road. Yeah, so this relationship has been there since the very beginning. Yeah.
Okay, I think that is all the questions. There's no more surge of questions that's coming in. Thank you so much, Ms. Bilian. Once again, thank you for joining us. Thank you for taking the time off your day, and I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful weekend ahead, and be safe, stay safe. And so thank you everyone for joining us today, and I hope to see you on the next Bursa Virtual Marketplace. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to the first virtual Bursa Marketplace Fair. We are glad to have you here. Please watch this short walkthrough video on how to navigate the virtual platform. You are now in the virtual event lobby, where you can navigate to any part of the event. Here, we have our virtual exhibition hall with a lineup of all our exhibitors. This is our agenda for the day. Be sure to attend the sessions you're interested in. Conference hall pages where you can navigate across pages or ask questions. Our speaker page with the lineup of all our distinguished speakers. Our event survey page. Be sure to fill this up during or after the event. And here is our giveaway room, where you will be able to win amazing prizes through the giveaway and tournament. For the giveaway, just complete 2 mandatory tasks and a combination of 2 of the additional tasks to stand a chance to win. For the tournament, participate in all the 7 quizzes and stand a chance of winning 500 ringgit, 300 ringgit, or 200 ringgit. Let's return back to the exhibitors. Here, you can chat, video call, or meet up with our exhibitors. Below, you will find all the relevant information from about, to contact details, and their wide range of resources. To participate in the chat, please click on the chat button. This will send a request to the exhibitors to accept your chat. Once the chat has been accepted, it will appear in your direct messages where you can chat, have a one-on-one video call, and get the representative's details. In your briefcase, you will find all your bookmarked resources and the contact details that you have saved. Be sure to always look at our announcements for the latest happenings. We hope you have a wonderful event. Welcome to the first virtual Bursa Marketplace Fair. We are glad to have you here. Please watch this short walkthrough video on how to navigate the virtual platform. You are now in the virtual event lobby, where you can navigate to any part of the event. Here, we have our virtual exhibition hall with a lineup of all our exhibitors. This is our agenda for the day. Be sure to attend the sessions you're interested in. Our conference hall pages where you can navigate across pages or ask questions. Our speaker page with the lineup of all our distinguished speakers. Our event survey page. Be sure to fill this up during or after the event. And here is our giveaway room, where you will be able to win amazing prizes through the giveaway and tournament. For the giveaway, just complete 2 mandatory tasks and a combination of 2 of the additional tasks to stand a chance to win. For the tournament, participate in all the 7 quizzes and stand a chance of winning 500 ringgit, 300 ringgit, or 200 ringgit. Let's return back to the exhibitors. Here, you can chat, video call, or meet up with our exhibitors. Below, you will find all the relevant information from about, to contact details, and their wide range of resources. To participate in the chat, please click on the chat button. This will send a request to the exhibitors to accept your chat. Once the chat has been accepted, it will appear in your direct messages where you can chat, have a one-on-one video call, and get the representative's details. In your briefcase, you will find all your bookmarked resources and the contact details that you have saved. Be sure to always look at our announcements for the latest happenings. We hope you have a wonderful event. Welcome to the first virtual Bursa Marketplace Fair. We are glad to have you here. Please watch this short walkthrough video on how to navigate the virtual platform. You are now in the virtual event lobby, where you can navigate to any part of the event. Here, we have our virtual exhibition hall with a lineup of all our exhibitors. This is our agenda for the day. Be sure to attend the sessions you're interested in. Our conference hall pages where you can navigate across pages or ask questions. Our speaker page with the lineup of all our distinguished speakers. Our event survey page. Be sure to fill this up during or after the event. And here is our giveaway room, where you will be able to win amazing prizes through the giveaway and tournament. For the giveaway, just complete 2 mandatory tasks and a combination of 2 of the additional tasks to stand a chance to win. For the tournament, participate in all the 7 quizzes and stand a chance of winning 500 ringgit, 300 ringgit, or 200 ringgit. Let's return back to the exhibitors. Here, you can chat, video call, or meet up with our exhibitors. Below, you will find all the relevant information from about, to contact details, and their wide range of resources. To participate in the chat, please click on the chat button. This will send a request to the exhibitors to accept your chat. Once the chat has been accepted, it will appear in your direct messages where you can chat, have a one-on-one video call, and get the representative's details. In your briefcase, you will find all your bookmarked resources and the contact details that you have saved. Be sure to always look at our announcements for the latest happenings. We hope you have a wonderful event. Welcome to the first virtual Bursa Marketplace Fair. We are glad to have you here. Please watch this short walkthrough video on how to navigate the virtual platform. You are now in the virtual event lobby, where you can navigate to any part of the event. Here, we have our virtual exhibition hall with a lineup of all our exhibitors. This is our agenda for the day. Be sure to attend the sessions you're interested in. Our conference hall pages where you can navigate across pages or ask questions. Our speaker page with the lineup of all our distinguished speakers. Our event survey page. Be sure to fill this up during or after the event. And here is our giveaway room, where you will be able to win amazing prizes through the giveaway and tournament. For the giveaway, just complete 2 mandatory tasks and a combination of 2 of the additional tasks to stand a chance to win. For the tournament, participate in all the 7 quizzes and stand a chance of winning 500 ringgit, 300 ringgit, or 200 ringgit. Let's return back to the exhibitors. Here, you can chat, video call, or meet up with our exhibitors. Below, you will find all the relevant information from about, to contact details, and their wide range of resources. To participate in the chat, please click on the chat button. This will send a request to the exhibitors to accept your chat. Once the chat has been accepted, it will appear in your direct messages where you can chat, have a one-on-one video call, and get the representative's details. In your briefcase, you will find all your bookmarked resources and the contact details that you have saved. Be sure to always look at our announcements for the latest happenings. We hope you have a wonderful event. Welcome to the first virtual Bursa Marketplace Fair. We are glad to have you here. Please watch this short walkthrough video on how to navigate the virtual platform. You are now in the virtual event lobby, where you can navigate to any part of the event. Here, we have our virtual exhibition hall with a lineup of all our exhibitors. This is our agenda for the day. Be sure to attend the sessions you're interested in. Our conference hall pages where you can navigate across pages or ask questions. Our speaker page with the lineup of all our distinguished speakers. Our event survey page. Be sure to fill this up during or after the event. And here is our giveaway room, where you will be able to win amazing prizes through the giveaway and tournament. For the giveaway, just complete 2 mandatory tasks and a combination of 2 of the additional tasks to stand a chance to win. For the tournament, participate in all the 7 quizzes and stand a chance of winning 500 ringgit, 300 ringgit, or 200 ringgit. Let's return back to the exhibitors. Here, you can chat, video call, or meet up with our exhibitors. Below, you will find all the relevant information from about, to contact details, and their wide range of resources. To participate in the chat, please click on the chat button. This will send a request to the exhibitors to accept your chat. Once the chat has been accepted, it will appear in your direct messages where you can chat, have a one-on-one video call, and get the representative's details. In your briefcase, you will find all your bookmarked resources and the contact details that you have saved. Be sure to always look at our announcements for the latest happenings. We hope you have a wonderful event. Welcome to the first virtual Bursa Marketplace Fair. We are glad to have you here. Please watch this short walkthrough video on how to navigate the virtual platform. You are now in the virtual event lobby, where you can navigate to any part of the event. Here, we have our virtual exhibition hall with a lineup of all our exhibitors. This is our agenda for the day. Be sure to attend the sessions you're interested in. Our conference hall pages where you can navigate across pages or ask questions. Our speaker page with the lineup of all our distinguished speakers. Our event survey page. Be sure to fill this up during or after the event. And here is our giveaway room, where you will be able to win amazing prizes through the giveaway and tournament. For the giveaway, just complete 2 mandatory tasks and a combination of 2 of the additional tasks to stand a chance to win. For the tournament, participate in all the 7 quizzes and stand a chance of winning 500 ringgit, 300 ringgit, or 200 ringgit. Let's return back to the exhibitors. Here, you can chat, video call, or meet up with our exhibitors. Below, you will find all the relevant information from about, to contact details, and their wide range of resources. To participate in the chat, please click on the chat button. This will send a request to the exhibitors to accept your chat. Once the chat has been accepted, it will appear in your direct messages where you can chat, have a one-on-one video call, and get the representative's details. In your briefcase, you will find all your bookmarked resources and the contact details that you have saved. Be sure to always look at our announcements for the latest happenings. We hope you have a wonderful event. Welcome to the first virtual Bursa Marketplace Fair. We are glad to have you here. Please watch this short walkthrough video on how to navigate the virtual platform. You are now in the virtual event lobby, where you can navigate to any part of the event. Here, we have our virtual exhibition hall with a lineup of all our exhibitors. This is our agenda for the day. Be sure to attend the sessions you're interested in. Our conference hall pages where you can navigate across pages or ask questions. Our speaker page with the lineup of all our distinguished speakers. Our event survey page. Be sure to fill this up during or after the event. And here is our giveaway room, where you will be able to win amazing prizes through the giveaway and tournament. For the giveaway, just complete 2 mandatory tasks and a combination of 2 of the additional tasks to stand a chance to win. For the tournament, participate in all the 7 quizzes and stand a chance of winning 500 ringgit, 300 ringgit, or 200 ringgit. Let's return back to the exhibitors. Here, you can chat, video call, or meet up with our exhibitors. Below, you will find all the relevant information from about, to contact details, and their wide range of resources. To participate in the chat, please click on the chat button. This will send a request to the exhibitors to accept your chat. Once the chat has been accepted, it will appear in your direct messages where you can chat, have a one-on-one video call, and get the representative's details. In your briefcase, you will find all your bookmarked resources and the contact details that you have saved. Be sure to always look at our announcements for the latest happenings. We hope you have a wonderful event.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Wherever you may be, I trust you are safe and sound in the comfort of your home. As many of you are aware, earlier today we had some technical difficulties during the launch of our inaugural virtual Bursa Marketplace Fair. I would like to sincerely apologize for the inconvenience it must have caused you all. Let me assure you that we will be doing a thorough post-mortem review to determine the cause of the problem and to ensure that this will not happen again in the future. It took a while to sort out the technical glitch, but I am glad that we were able to provide alternative means of access, as many of you were able to view the speaker sessions on YouTube. And by midday, the speaker sessions were also made available on our FB Live channel. I very much appreciate that all of you have blocked your precious weekend time to attend this fair, and that I know how frustrating it must have been not to be able to get into the virtual conference. So thank you very much for your patience and for participating in today's event. And again, please accept our sincere apologies for this morning's technical problem. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to express my thanks and gratitude to our distinguished speakers and business leaders for the insights you shared, including plans to make the corporate journey toward economic normalcy. I would also like to thank all our industry partners, participating organizations and exhibitors for your unwavering support and contribution towards the success of this virtual investment fair. Please accept my sincere apologies for the delay and the problems caused by the technical problem. Ladies and gentlemen, notwithstanding the difficulties today, we are extremely encouraged by the number of Malaysians who visited our fair throughout the day, which numbered more than 7,000 participants. Improving financial literacy has long been a key focus area for Bursa Malaysia. So we truly hope we've managed to bring this to you throughout the course of the event. We have observed that more Malaysians are taking responsibility for their financial needs. Retail investors today are generally much savvier compared to a decade ago. We have noted that retail investors are taking a keen interest to learn more about investing. This can be seen by the strong participant registrations on our digital platforms. The Bursa Marketplace platform has seen an increase of registered users of more than 873,000 since its inception in 2014, with 26% of new registrations occurring just over the last 2 years. Our Mirror Learn and Trade platform has registered over 50,000 users since its launch in late 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, the shift in how we save and invest will have a very significant effect on our economy, the market, and society at large. Investors need to understand equities trading from a fundamental and technical perspective and trade in an informed manner. Undertaking proper research and assessment is crucial for you to invest in an instrument that matches your risk appetite and investment goals. By bringing the right knowledge and tools to you, we hope to impart the idea that investing in the capital market can be a viable way to grow your wealth and achieve your financial goals. The thought of entering the stock market need not be intimidating, especially if you have all the relevant information. However, you do need to choose your investment products objectively, assess the risks rationally, and plan for your financial future wisely. Further, the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us that saving early and having a long-term investment plan is not only smart and sound, but it is necessary. Therefore, I strongly encourage all investors, especially those who are new, to make full use of our educational platforms, which are free for all to use. We intend to provide you with more channels, webinars, and service enhancements to complement your investment journey, so do stay tuned to Bursa Marketplace. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to end by sharing that all the talks today have been recorded and they will be made available online. We will send you details on how to access the recordings so that you can catch and listen to the talks at your convenience. So please continue to stay online for a little while longer, as right after this, we will be announcing our third and final lucky draw giveaway, as well as the winners of our tournament. Once again, please accept our sincere apologies for today's shortcomings. And thank you very much to everyone for continuing to trust Bursa Malaysia. Stay safe and have a great weekend. Thank you.